Half of chat. Hey, it's a board of directors, man. And a representative republic, man. You guys are a board of directors. This is a corporation, remember? I would like to propose a vote on whether to allow the EJSA to continue the use of Freedom 10. Well, okay, Buck, I thought about it a little bit more, and the way I see it is like this. I have 4 Freedom 10 extended Freedom 10 rockets left over from the canceled lunar program, and 2 Freedom 7s left over from the lunar program. I'm going to use those to upgrade my ComNet for easier testing. Yeah. And basically we have to re-baseline the architecture, the lunar architecture, getting to and from space, getting cargo up into space, transfer stages, etc., etc. We have to re-baseline all of that with the new SSTOs that we're working on. So I decided that I wanted to build something similar, but not an exact copy of a Venture Star. Hey, Red Munchkin, thank you for the host. How was your Kerbal gameplay today? So, we came up with... I did a lot of prototyping last night. We came up with this. Give me 1 second. All right. Why not use aerospikes? Aerospikes and RCS for control. Why use aerospikes and RCS for control when we could use shuttle engines and RCS for control? I don't think this will fly. Well, it won't. It definitely won't fly in this capacity here. So I started prototyping it out. Demo, are you here? Also, interplanetary communications. Well, Pop Bear, we could work on building up bigger ground stations, but I don't have the RA-100s unlocked just yet. Hang on, I gotta get the tunage. There we go. Let me just equalize out the sound. Perfect. Make your own model, or is that not allowed in mission mode? No. Stock parts. So, in my opinion, I do not like the idea of throwing all our eggs into the SSTO basket. We should also build some other rockets to run concurrently with the SSTO. Toa, I appreciate your opinion, and believe it or not, I agree with you. But, hey, I'm just the engineer. You guys tell me what to do, and I'll try my best to make it work. That's basically where we're at. Hey, chat shows SSTOs. It was really close. But hey, here's the thing. I want to do SSTOs, but I think as we think about this more, I'm not going to have one SSTO to do everything. I'm going to have a heavy cargo SSTO and then a crew access vehicle. So think something like the X-33 and Venture Star. Venture Star was the big one. X-33 was the small one. Small one will be used an SSTO for crew, right? And we'll test that out, restoring access into low Kerbin orbit for crew so I can rotate crews off the station. And then, after that, we can make a heavy cargo variant by scaling up the technology. So basically, we're going to do a subscale demonstrator, and then we're going to build a big one after that. So I'm still doing SSTOs, but I'm meeting chat in the middle here, taking some of the options, taking some of the design qualities from the Constellation style architecture that we had, taking some aspects of that and incorporating it into option 2, because I think that's just a better way to go about it. Anyway, I love democracy. Yeah, Enterprise should be up on Kerbal X. Sorry, Red. Okay, so I was just shutting down the stream. It was good, thanks. Playing Factorio. Oh. Factorio is just one more thing type of game. Yeah, no. I know what you mean, Red Munchkin. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, I should probably stop in like 5 to 10 minutes. Let me just button up this last thing 5 hours later. You're like, oh, that didn't take 5 minutes. That took 5 hours. Okay. So, this is the start of our subscale demonstrator. No, this thing probably will not fly. Yeah, Kenwa, yeah, I know. I have that thing with cities as well. So, this is basically multi-stage for satellites. Manner, I don't know why you guys, what don't we understand about single stage to orbit here? So, this is where we're at. This is kind of the prototype that I came up with. Basically, the first thing I wanted to do with this subscale demonstrator is start getting delta V numbers here and start kind of prototyping out and figuring out where everything is going to be placed. Now, if you notice, that's why I was asking if Demo was here. I don't think he's here. I made the tanks. The tanks are on an awkward shape. It looks like I took the bilobe tank and kind of twisted it. Well, that, believe it or not, is the best way to kind of keep this shape. Believe it or not. What I was doing is I'm taking some inspiration from what's called the X-33. So now, if you're not familiar with the X-33, first of all, I kind of envy you, because the X-33 is one of those things that's just going to bother everyone in chat. Like, yeah, people are going to get really annoyed with this. So the X-33 was a subscale... I'm reading right off Wikipedia, but I don't necessarily need the Wikipedia page. It was a subscale technology demonstrator space plane. So it was something like Starship. It was designed to fly up and basically come right back down suborbital. And it was developed in the 1990s under the Space Launch Initiative. The X-33 was a tech demonstrator for VentureStar. VentureStar was a single-stage-to-orbit biconic re-entry vehicle that had a shuttle, well, basically 2/3 the size of the shuttle's payload bay, the space shuttle's payload bay. This thing was gigantic. And this thing was supposed to basically you turn it vertical, fuel it, send it, and then it gets all the way up into space. They're supposed to use it for, Lockheed was developing it for low-cost access into space. Basically, it was kind of like what they wanted Falcon 9 to be at the time. Obviously, fully reusable. I mean, not Falcon 9. Falcon 9's partially reusable at this point, but fully reusable, one-piece metallic heat shield, no tiles, and at the bottom of VentureStar and the X-33, there it is compared to a shuttle stack. This thing was going to be freaking huge. They were gonna use a type of engine called an aerospike. So this is what's called a linear aerospike engine. The linear aerospike engine comes from, if you look at it from the side, it looks like a spike. What this basically is if you picture a rocket engine in your mind with a nozzle, right? And then you have gases going in, and the gases are pushing out on the nozzle and then coming out the bottom, right? So I'll just look at an RS-25 because you get a really nice picture of one firing here. Take a look. So the gases go. This is a regular, what's called convergent divergent rocket nozzle. This is like about as vanilla of a rocket motor as you can get. Ironic because it's a shuttle engine, but I'm talking about the combustion chamber and stuff. So you have a cylinder here and a cylinder that tapers into a funnel, which is called the throat, and then the throat diverges out to the nozzle. So it's combustion chamber, convergent, divergent. So think about like two funnels in an hourglass almost. That's what this is. So the gases go through, they get accelerated to supersonic, and then they get pushed out the nozzle, right? And they get vectored in the right direction from the nozzle, okay? So basically, the gases that are coming out of the nozzle are being pushed out on the nozzle, right? An aerospike is that reversed. So if you have the two sides of your nozzle here, aerospike is reversed. It's the reverse of that, see? So if you take that shape right there is very similar to this shape, right? Now, why would you do this? Why? Why would you do this? Well, with engine design, with rocket engine design, if you know a little bit about rocket engines, you have vacuum optimized engines and then you have sea level engines. The shuttle is kind of a halfway in between. It's not a first stage engine, it's not a second stage engine. It's pretty good at being both of those things though. Now, If you go over here and look at like a Merlin 1D, right? Falcon 9's first stage engine, it has a very small nozzle. See, it's a very small nozzle. I mean, the engine is not that tall. It's a smaller rocket engine, believe it or not, right? That's a first stage engine. All right. Now, if you compare that to the M1D vacuum, the M1D vacuum motor is way taller than that. Let's see if we can get a good picture. Hey, Wednesday, 4-month resub. Like, that would be the well, that's just somebody doing a model, but that's the nozzle is about that different. It's quite large, comparatively. Now, why? Why is that a thing? Well, that's a thing because there's no atmospheric pressure up in space, right? There's no atmosphere up there. It's space. So your ambient pressure is extremely low. So a smaller nozzle is going to be a little bit less efficient, right? Because the gases aren't accelerated in a column coming out of a rocket engine that's firing up in space. They don't look like this, where the gases stay in kind of a cylinder shape, right? The reason those gases on a first stage engine like a Merlin 1D stay in a cylindric shape is because of the atmosphere. Our atmospheric gases are pushing those gases into a column and keeping them in a column, and sometimes they collapse in on themselves and you get a shock diamond, just like that, right? Just like we saw on Raptors, the 3 Raptor engines on SN15 yesterday. Was that yesterday? I don't know what day that was. Doesn't matter. So vacuum engines tend to have a much larger nozzle because you need to basically try to get the propellants to go in one direction in a vacuum, where they'll go in all different types of directions. Now, what does this have to do with an aerospike? An aerospike overcomes this problem. It overcomes this problem. With an aerospike engine, you don't need a big nozzle, you don't need a short nozzle, because, I mean, the truth is, you don't really need any nozzle. Doing this and having a bunch of little tiny boy rocket engines firing at the edges of the spike here make this so basically how the gases come out, they're forcing the gases into a column, right? So like if you have a rocket engine up in space, right, and you fire it, the gases are going to go all over the place. It would be like putting your thumb over a garden hose. The water just goes everywhere, right? With this, you don't have that problem because the gases are already being accelerated in a column, right? If you look, there's just a straight column of gases coming out. It's not a cylinder. It's already in the shape that you want. So the aerospike can make the gases do this down here and up there. So what does all that mean in plain English? What that all means in plain English is that aerospikes can achieve crazy good efficiency down here and crazy good efficiency up there. They don't need a big nozzle or a small nozzle. Okay, so why do you need these why can't you just use this the entire time, right? Well, you can't use the big nozzle the entire time because if you try to fire this down here, that column of gas that comes out of the rocket engine, right, will separate from the giant nozzle inside. So basically, the rocket engine isn't powerful enough to fill up this entire nozzle down here. That's called an overexpanded plume. And basically, you'll get flow separation inside of the nozzle. So what does that mean? That means that the explosion that's generated from this isn't enough to fill up the entire nozzle, and you get what's called flow separation in the nozzle. Flow separation is an aerodynamic thing where basically air is running up against the surface and it separates. Why is that bad? Well, anytime you have air separating from a surface, air is pretty fluid, right? It flows, kind of like water, but it's obviously a gas. It's not liquid, right? But that flow separation can cause drag inside of the nozzle. I don't think I need to say why that's a bad thing. Now, if you look, you can see flow separation happening in real time from this footage before my hair gets cooked. All right, watch. If you watch while the shuttle engine is throttling up, flow separation inside of the nozzle produces all different manner of bad problems. Watch. So the engines are spooling up here. Now watch, when they get near maximum throttle, you'll see flow separation occurring inside of the nozzle. There it is. See these white lines? That's flow separation, all right? Watch this motor right here. The SRB test where the nozzle shattered. Yep. Now look what it's doing to the nozzle. See that? Did you see it? Look again. Watch this. Watch the nozzle. Crazy, huh? That's why you can't fire a vacuum engine rocket down here. It'll break. Flow separation inside of nozzles, and God, this is where I was going with this. Flow separation inside of nozzles can do bad stuff to the nozzle. So this is Northrop Grumman's Omega first stage static fire test. We watched this test live, so check this out. Watch the nozzle. Northrop Grumman, when they tested this rocket, when they tested this first stage, they had slightly taken the nozzle, because this first stage is only designed to be down here for a short amount of time. They took the nozzle and they optimized it for an altitude probably around, 40,000 feet. So when they went to fire it here down on the test stand, even though this is in Utah and the elevation is quite high, they still got flow separation inside of the nozzle. That's what it does. Here, watch. Listen to the announcers.
Accumulator is enabled. T plus 120 seconds.
Was it supposed to do that?
Activate afterluge valves.
Did you see it? You see what it did to the nozzle? Flow separation can cause non-uniform heating. It causes drag inside of the nozzle and can break things. Like, look at that. It's not good for it. Boop! Look at flow separation did that. The same thing that we saw in that shuttle, the shuttle ascent thing.
Main engines are
See? That same kind of phenomenon. It can resonate the nozzle, it can get it to weeble wobble, it can get it to explode. It does all kinds of bad things for you. Now, that's the reason why you can't have like one nozzle design for up here and down there. And if you do, you have to take you kind of have to take some liberties here and there with different things, and that's where we get the shuttle nozzle. That's why the shuttle nozzle is like it's halfway between this and this. It's not an upper stage engine, but it's not a first stage engine either. The shuttle engine is really good. It's a really awesome piece of kit, but the aerospike makes the shuttle engine look inefficient because once again, you're accelerating this straight down the entire time. Now, once again, aerospikes, they're efficient down here and they're efficient up there. Certain rocket engines have drawbacks. Upper stage vacuum optimized engines don't like being fired down here, and first stage engines they can be fired up there, but they're not very efficient, right? And the name of the game with rocket science is efficiency. You have to be as efficient as possible because Earth's grav well is a real pain in the butt. It's a real pain in the butt to beat it. You have to accelerate something to 17,000 miles an hour. For the nerds, you need about 9 kilometers a second delta V, which is ridiculous. The aerospike is a way to overcome that problem. Now, the X-33 was going to have aerospikes. It was going to have 2 of the these RS-2200 engines right there. 2 of them. And then the Venture Star eventually would have had, I think, 7? Yeah, 7 right there. And these things would have been used to propel this thing using hydrolocks all the way up into space. No problem, because the aerospike is ridiculously efficient, right? For the nerds, we're called chat. Can you show this, please? What is this, please? Yeah, during shuttle testing, they didn't exactly have the nozzle design figured out just yet. This was back in the 70s. Look at what FlowSep is doing to that nozzle. Yeah, that's probably not a good thing. You should probably shut that off before something bad happens. Actually, you know what this looks like to me, guys? This looks like a deep throttle test, to be honest with you. It looks like a deep throttle. It looks like they were trying to figure out where you could throttle this down to. Because it looks... The plume coming out of this looks very consistent, and I'm very much seeing flow separation, a lot in there. But it's induced, meaning that this is not... They didn't put the engine on the stand and fire it, and that happened. This looks like it's an induced failure mode, which means they put a shuttle engine, an early RS-25 on the test stand and said, alright, throttle it down, see what it does. Yeah, exactly. Rocket Guy, that's basically where I was pivoting to. I saw people asking it. Oh, yeah. Nope, never mind. That was not an induced failure mode. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So the aerospike overcomes these problems here. Oh, that was not... Where did that come from? Hold on. Explosion came from up here. Power head. One of the main power heads there, I think. I mean, the resonance that happens from flow separation is basically putting the rocket engine in a paint shaker. I don't think I need to tell you why putting an explosion factory in a paint shaker would be a bad idea. That's about as bad as putting like a firearm in a paint shaker and then somehow being able to pull the trigger and have it fire while it's on a paint shaker. Yeah, nothing. That's not how you want it to work. Yeah, you probably don't want to do that. Yeah, just freaking cartridges going everywhere. Probably would jam if I had to guess, but that depends on the gun, I guess. Well, that's a new sentence. I plan on educating you with new and exciting sentences all day. Anyway. It'll go right to the nozzle. And then you'll blow up. I love shuttle engine. You like shuttle engines, don't you, Squidward? How do they deal with the flow separation on the SSMEs? Well, the fuel-rich stage combustion cycle has a lot to do with that. Running the shuttle engines fuel-rich, basically using liquid hydrogen, staging it, and then running fuel-rich, it's at the behest of efficiency, but you're using hydrogen. Basically, they can run this at a very, very high combustion chamber pressure, and it can stay nice and cool. Also, the nozzle design. I mean, someone look at the back of the RS-25 nozzle. It's almost straight down right there. See that? So, this is a hybrid vacuum first stage engine. The fuel-rich stage combustion cycle is designed to be able to basically keep everything nice and cool because, I mean, that's why the shuttle engines can fire and have flow separation and not have to worry about it because flow separation often creates non-uniform heating. But if you're cooling with liquid hydrogen and then you're using that heated hydrogen for stage combustion, it doesn't matter. Who cares? The nozzle is going to stay nice and cool. The SSME actually diverges inward at the nozzle exit. Wait, what? Hang on, Rocket Guy. What do you mean? I know, I understand that, but... Yep, of course EJ found the smallest picture. What do you mean? It converges at nozzles... It diverges inward at the nozzle exit. Oh, I see it. I mean, this is just a stupid graphic, but right there, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, this is why I love shuttle engines. Shuttle engines are insane. It's so much more than just, oh, it's just an RS-25. Like, I don't think people realize how difficult it actually is to make an engine, put it on the pad, hit the go button, and make it go all the way into space. Shuttle engines, and this is 1970s tech, even by today's standards, this is cutting edge, man. No one else has stuff like this. The only people that ever came close were the Soviets with the RD-0120. Not the RD-120, the 0120. This thing, which is basically like halfway between a shuttle engine and an RS-68. RD-0120s were the core stage for Energia. They're great engines. They're really good. They're a good little engine. I think this is an open cycle. Let me see. Very, very slightly, but that was a design introduced. That was a design introduced to reduce flow separation in the atmosphere. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, yeah. Definitely see it. Wow, dude, I love these engines. They're so cool. Shuttle engines are basically cheating. They're basically freaking cheating. I mean, Raptor engines are too, for what it's worth. But you got to remember, the shuttle and the Raptor engine are some of the most complicated rocket engines ever designed, ever. I'd have to say that the shuttle engine, the Raptor, the Energomash RD-170, and the RD-0120 are like and are probably the foremost complicated rocket engines ever devised by man. That nothing even comes close. These things are really complicated. I found a video today which explains this very well with animations. Hey, there you go. Animations explained. Cool. Dude, I want to start making videos like this, but Scott already kind of has that on lockdown. I really need to do those Kerbal Advanced tutorial videos. You know, NASA was going to use another engine instead of the RS-25 called the XLR-129 with a... Oh. XLR-129. Ah, yeah. With a jack screw and a pinion. Huh, where have we seen this before? So that nozzle actually extends over time. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty wild. See last. More so the second part, okay? Just got here today. How much KSP has I missed? My brother and some friends got a boat for free a couple of days ago, but its interior is in bad shape. We're stripping it and rebuilding. That's cool, man. Show me some pictures. Collab with Scott? Yeah, I mean, I could. I know Scott. I have him on speed dial. Like, who uses speed dial anymore? Like, everything is a speed dial now. But whatever. You get what I'm trying to talk about. When KSP 2 comes out, are you going to do tutorials again? Sure, Geek. Most likely. I want to do KSP 1 advanced building tutorials, because I think nobody has made updated building tutorials lately. There's a lot of stuff that the developers have added to the game that could be put in a video. That, and there's advanced hierarchy design that I really, really, really want to do a video about, to basically build the stuff in a better, like my gantry crane, for instance, Geek. You notice it doesn't ever explode. It's impervious to Kraken strike. The only thing you have to worry about is the hydraulic drift on it, right? And even then, I'm thinking about ways to overcome hydraulic drift, and I have some ideas, believe it or not. Oh, Raptor Vacuum. Oh, Raptor Vacuum. Hey, Rocket Guy. Idiot, non-rocket science, and Prey, you could probably get at this too. So Forge just linked this up, right? Yeah, they found my skateboard, I know. Are you going to cheese the aerodynamics on this to get a proper amount of drag occlusion on a structure like that? Max, yeah. I mean, I cheese most things. I cheese the space shuttle. My Collins, my space shuttle, I put fairings in strategic spots and put different parts in different ways with the hierarchy to make drag in the real spots that the shuttle does. Yeah, I probably will, because I mean, like, I love Kerbal. Don't get me wrong. I love this game, but yeah, I'd rather the vehicle act like the real life counterpart. Yeah, and even then, my shuttle probably flies a little bit too well, but yeah. Max, you know what we gotta do, Max? We gotta do up some advanced tutorials for KSP, and we gotta show off all this stuff. Okay, the maneuver node menu over here. The maneuver node menu is a good example of that. Like, I use that all the time, and people are like, wait, that exists? I mean, even parts of that menu I didn't even know existed. Dude, we gotta do up some new KSP tutorials. We gotta do it. I gotta start writing the scripts for those. I'll write out the scripts and storyboard it out in my head. I saw Stratton Blitz's video. Crumpet, yeah, interesting about fuel crossfeed. Sadly, the Vector that came after this one caught fire. Page 6 for Aerospike versus converging diverging flow explanation. That image is exaggerated for visual. Yeah, I got you. I know. Everything about going back to school for engineering. I actually was talking about this the other day, Manor. Yes, I'm ready. I have enough cash saved up. I'm gonna at least pull the trigger on something. This is, I love space, and I could probably make a career well, not probably, I could probably keep doing this, just talking about space and teaching people about it. But, having an engineering degree behind that, and then actually teaching engineering with an engineering degree would probably be a good idea. And if anything, worst case scenario, if I don't go get a job in the industry, I could I could just use it to teach engineering here better. You know what I mean? Headphone users, it's loud. So, okay, Rocket Guy, my question here is, they have a nozzle extension on this. So, and they're firing it with the nozzle extension. This is SpaceX vacuum optimized Raptor, so Vector is what it's called. They're firing this up here, but they're getting pretty good over or under expanded plume right there, and a really nice diamond right there. Is this... Do you think that's using something like the shuttle engine to get them to fire down here? Or is it missing a nozzle extension? Is it going to have another nozzle extension out here? Because how are they testing a vacuum engine down here on a test stand with no... It doesn't look like it has the nozzle cut off. That is nice. Look at how crisp it is. See, check this out. They're testing an engine down here at sea level, and the atmospheric pressure is causing the gases that are coming out of the rocket engine to converge on themselves. See that? And right when they converge on themselves and they collide, it makes this cool shock cone right here. You can see some separation. You can also see the exact same cap shock like the shuttle. Well, the very high chamber pressure helps maintain performance and delay of onset of separation. Okay. What kind of engineering degree would you be thinking about getting? Probably aerospace, Minimaster. The two things I really enjoy the most is propulsion technology, which is the most complicated thing. Because of course it is. Of course I like the most complicated thing because I hate myself secretly. No, that's not true. I mean, only partially, no. Only partially. Wait, what? No. I really like propulsion technology. That's really freaking cool. And I really like aerodynamics. Aerodynamics are really, really, really interesting to me. How stuff flies through the air is wild stuff, dude. It's crazy. Like, I get it. You know, you see planes flying around all the time. It's just a freaking airplane. But what actually is going on there is really cool. Like, it's fascinating stuff. And then if you start... That's just subsonic aerodynamics for, like, a passenger jet. You start getting into the transonic stuff. Getting into transonic stuff is like going to the 7th level of Inception. Stuff starts acting really weird, man. The air doesn't do what you think it's going to do. It does like the opposite. So like you're flying a plane, the air's going forward and your plane's going forward. Dude, it gets weird. That's not exactly what happens, but and then there's like area rule and there's all this other crazy stuff. Yeah, aerodynamics is awesome. It's really freaking, really interesting stuff. And then you get into supersonic stuff and then hypersonic stuff. Supersonic stuff is cool because at supersonic speeds, your plane leaves a wake of air that's kind of like a boat wake when a boat is flying through when a boat is floating through water. Yeah, when like a vessel is underway and you have a wake, planes at higher speeds make an aerodynamic wake like that. It's called a boundary layer, which is really freaking cool. Yeah, and then depending on how fast you're going, you get a different angle of wake, which is, oh, this is so cool. And that leads into like hypersonics. When you get into hypersonics, that wake is on fire. Yeah, that wake is on fire. Yeah, it's a flaming boundary layer of plasma. Yeah, really cool stuff. XLR129 PDF. Yeah, just flaming fire, and you're at hypersonic speed. You basically surf a layer of plasma, which is really freaking cool to me. That's the most metal thing I've ever heard. Oh, very interesting, Thomas. I'll have to read that tonight. You should get the Anderson textbook on aerodynamics. Very good resources. Yeah. Here, check this out. At supersonic speeds, right? You leave a wake. And it looks like that. This is obviously color corrected for visibility, right? Look at that. When they're breaking this out, look at that, dude. Is that wild? Look at what the air is doing. There's air that's impacting the nose cone here, and the nose cone's pushing it out of the way. And like, look, the air gets confused. It doesn't know what to do, so it just goes that way. It's like, what direction do you want me to go? I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna go that way. All right, bye. Yeah, kind of, CW. Yeah, hydrofoils. I mean, slipstreaming and racing. Yeah, Sergeant Martin. Yeah, exactly. Racing has a lot to do with it as well. So the Anderson textbook on aerodynamics. Okay, Anderson textbook on aerodynamics. Fundamentals of aerodynamics. I'm buying it right now. Done. Well, okay, Rocket Guy. I took your advice. Check Discord, please. Where in Discord? Bandit, we could. Bandit, I decided that, you know, I'm not... Look, when it comes to education stuff, in the past I had been like, no, I don't... Private DM. I mean, Rocky Guy, I'll be honest, I just bought it. I bought it already, but I got it for nothing. I used the Amazon card with, because like I'm a partner streamer, Prime Preferred stuff. I got it for like $30, dude. It's not a big deal. Yeah, no. Being a partnered streamer does have its perks. I can get stuff off Amazon for not a lot of money. But sure, absolutely. You son of a gun. I'm in. Pretty much. Yeah, the book would have cost like $120 or something, dude. Anyway, so the reason why we're talking about propulsion systems and aerospikes and all this other stuff is because I'm gonna try to attempt to build this. The one problem is that Kerbal in the stock game, which is what we're playing right now, does not have aerospikes. So I got to use the next closest thing. Shuttle motors. So this is the design that I came up with. Thus far. This is very, 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 very preliminary. No, it's not going to look like this. It'll have coverings on it. So this is a very, very basic design. What were you going to say to you? Bandit... Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm going like a mile a minute here. In the past, I had said that I'm... I don't want to do virtual. I have to be in a classroom. You know what, dude? I've been learning virtually for the last 10 years on the internet, man. I don't think there's going to be any issue here. It finally kind of clicked on me the other day. I'm like, dude, I've been learning stuff just off the internet for years. Why do I think I can't do a virtual classroom? There's an aerospike in Kerbal, but it's toroidal. Yeah, I should have specified. There's a toroidal aerospike, but there's no linear aerospike. I'm just kidding. Okay, Rocket Guy, thank you. So, Bandit, I'm looking at what virtual I want to pull the trigger on, dude. It's probably, I would like to do Embry. That would be fine. It's a little expensive, but seriously, if I go and I get the stupid thing right, that'll make me it'll make it a lot better. I'll be doing a lot better stuff here. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that's an investment into the stream and an investment into myself. That's putting equity into me as a streamer. So it is expensive, but I should be able to make that cash right back. That shouldn't be an issue. What are you planning on learning? I'd like to do Aero Heathen or something with space. Something, I don't care what it is. I really don't. Yeah, Rocket Guy, if we have to do it that way, we have to do it that way, dude. Yeah, there you go, Quite. If you clip a row of them together, you might get something that looks roughly right. It's too heavy, Max. I've tried that in the past. And the linear aerospikes are gimbaled. The toroidals, the toroidal aerospikes in real life and in the game, yeah, I mean, you know, they don't have any gimbal unless we want to make a custom gimbal mount for them. I don't want to do that. I'll just use the shuttle motors. I could maybe even teach you for a class. Well, that would be nice. That says Embry Riddle is the best for you, just saying. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Bandit. I would tip my cap, but I don't have that anymore. Well, I do. They're right here, but I don't need them. I don't need to stuff a bunch of hair underneath them. There you go, Jared. Right on. Nice, Ethan. There you go. All right, so anyway, back to our designs. So this is supposed to be like the X-33. And the reason why I made the fuel tanks like that is because the X-33, which is a canceled project. Yeah, don't go reading about it unless you want to be upset. Part of the reason why it was canceled, it's not the full reason, but part of the reason why it was canceled was because of its weird fuel tank design. It's using what's called a bilobe fuel tank, which is basically two cylindrical fuel tanks converging at one end. The reason why they needed to do this is because it needs to be a triangle. It needs to be a biconic reentry vehicle. So they used these bilobe fuel tanks made out of carbon composite. Thank you. Oh, look. Potato. Damn it. That looked like it's high quality as well. What about you? Also potato. Technical report server is not working. So it has these very interesting bilobe tanks right here. And I was trying to mimic that in Kerbal as best as I could to get the shape that I wanted. Have you checked out UCF to see if there's a... No, I haven't. I haven't done much looking into it, Dead Crew, but I've decided I want to get that ball rolling. This was very recent. This is the other day. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready, dude. I've been building up the confidence to do that and the cash to do this for the last 10 years. This was the original end goal for streaming. Build up enough money to be able to go back to school. And I said I'd do it, and I had a lot of... There's been a lot of people that have tipped this stream with the expectation that I'm going to do it, so I'm going to do it. I'm sick of making excuses. I was like, I don't know, I want to do it virtually, I really can't move, blah, blah, blah. No, the hell with that, we don't have time for this. It's not, no, absolutely not, Bandit. I'm not going to leave this stream at all. I'll find a way to do both of those things. Doesn't bother me. It's all ethic, and you have plenty. Yep. We're behind you, man. Don't get me wrong, I might stream 8 hours a day instead of, like, 14 hours a day every once in a while, but... See, you guys don't understand. I can kill two birds with one stone here. If I do the homework on stream, yeah, we probably won't get the viewers that we're getting, right? Like, probably won't get the viewers that we get when I'm like, covering a launch or whatever. But if we do early hours and I just do the homework instead... I mean, I'm sure people would be interested in that in some way. See, watch caveman-looking streamer learns rocket science. Do you think Skyliners are only hope for SSTO spaceplanes now? I honestly don't. Squishin, I used to like SSTO. Get chat to do your homework? No. I didn't say that. I said watch me struggle doing my homework and help me if needed. Can you imagine having chat quiz the streamer on this? Oh, jeez. It would be like mission mode torture, but it would be fun. It would be enjoyable. Caveman looking. I see the PDF. I don't know, Flask. No, you're not being nosy at all. I haven't figured it out yet. By the way, I'd definitely be up to do some tutorial videos or coming on for a stream or two to talk about a particular topic if you got ideas. Yeah, Max, we'll juggle some things and we'll see what we can do. We need to do... I think people need to know about hierarchies and how the hierarchy works and the different types of attachment nodes and the back end of, like, how this stuff works to gain a better understanding about building, like, a more structurally sound rocket, right? Like, my stages on Freedom are held together with small docking ports, right? But are they? No. The small docking port is just the bolt that holds the whole thing together, you know? Or just the nut that holds the whole thing together. Like, we use same vessel collision, etc., etc. Like, that's the kind of stuff we really need to get into. But anyway, maybe I can learn maths through you doing aerospace stuff. Sebi, nothing will replace school when it comes to engineering. Not everyone can be Elon Musk and just figure out rocket science, dude. But, yeah, I mean, it'll probably get you a leg up for sure. There you go, Chief. Yeah, there you go. Right on. It'll be interesting to see you do calc. I'm not worried, Dead Crew. With some of the concepts Chad has been able to teach and some of the concepts we've been able to learn over the years, dude, bro, okay, I understand, like, logarithmic function, exponential, like, you know, linear trend, like, I understand all that. That's no, and I know that's nothing. That is nothing. But that's stuff that might as well been Japanese to me in high school. Just now I'm just like, oh yeah, this is linear, it's exponential, it's inverse exponential, it's, you know, logarithmic. Like, I understand all that. Sure, no problem. It's not that bad. It's really not that. It's like speaking another language. You just got to do it until you learn it. It'll just click one of these days. I'm not sure, Astro, but I'm going to. No need for calc. We have equations now. Yeah, there you go. All right, so this is the tank configuration that I want, but here's the problem, all right? I can already tell you by looking at this design, if I build out the fuselage and stuff, build out the fuselage and everything for this, that the center of mass is too far back, okay? The reason how I know is that the X-33 and subsequently the Venture Star's design has a payload bay right here, and it was touted as being able to bring payload up and down from orbit. It has down mass capabilities. So, what does that mean? Down mass capabilities basically bringing stuff back from space. Now, because this thing, when it comes back from space, lands like an airplane, all right? You need to make sure that your center of lift and your center of mass are aligned correctly. Okay? So, that means I need my center of mass to basically be inside of my payload bay. The reason is because if I don't have any payload in there, the center of mass will stay there. If I take the center of mass of the payload and put it on the center and line it up with the center of mass of the payload bay, then my center of mass maybe shifts up a little bit and it doesn't affect vehicle aerodynamics other than, you know, being a little bit heavier or higher mass, I suppose. The PDF I sent you, check it, okay? Page 9. All right, what am I looking for? Oh, yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, I see what you want. I see what you want me to see. Wishing you the best. Thanks, Jack. I went to Embry for a year before dropping out. Aerospace wasn't for me. Still love it as a hobby, though. Yeah, I hear you, Jack. I hear you. It's complicated, man, and it ain't for everybody. And yeah, no, good on you for realizing that early. You know, you don't want to go 3 years in and then just be like, yeah, this isn't for me. At that point, you might as well just finish. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's the bilobe tanks. Oh, there it is. Yeah, they had a prototype basically ready to go. I don't know, who knows where that prototype actually is. Yeah, the launch site was made too, by the way. Nice truck. Wait a minute, hold on. We got a picture of that flame trench? Yeah. Also, they had the pad for it made, by the way. Just to piss you off even more. That was the pad with that was the transporter erector with a mass simulator on it. See the mass sim? This is the TE, that's the launch plate. It worked a little bit like SpaceX, like how Falcon 9 is integrated. Yeah, definitely start dabbling in mathematical, graphical coding language. Python is free and does a lot. MATLAB is pay to win, but it is super powerful and used in various aerospace. MATLAB, you know, MathWorks is down the street from me, Rocket Guy. Just that's irrelevant to the conversation, but just on a side note. I was wondering if one of those pictures from that PDF were on here. There's a bilobe tank right there. It's carbon composite, or carbon fiber bilobes, dude, which is just, that's light years ahead of the time, considering this was like 20 years ago. Oh, man, that's so stupid. Oh, you found the picture. Oh, look, you found a picture. The flame trench is nice, but I was looking at that. Yo. They had everything able to go. That's a nice, that 96. 96 F250. That's an F250 HD. It's a nice truck. I mean, the flame trench is good too. They built the pad for it, guys. Yeah, that's how far into development it was. The SR-71 tested an aerospike for the X-33, yeah. It's a nice truck. But F-350? 350s are good too, but that's not a 350 because it's a single cab. I don't think they made a single cab 350 in 96. They may have. Can you imagine a single cab 350 spoon with a dually? I know that Chevy made a Silverado. A Silverado in the 90s that was single cab, like medium bed, like 8-foot box with a dually. That's pretty cool. I'd drive that. The truck's weird looking. It looks like Venture Star. It's like really wide in the back. It's a nice truck. I like that. Check page 34 on the PDF. Something else. Interesting. What are we doing tonight? I'm working on developing out the vehicle here, and it's a lot of reading and a lot of understanding before I try to go and implement something crazy here. It's interesting. Some renders of Venture Star I've seen have this on the top. They have a payload bay embedded onto the top of the vehicle. They did. I was driving Wreckers back, and some people were running 350 dualies. That's cool, man. Yeah, I like 96. I like those box style Fords, man. 98. Oh, we load the nose for aerodynamics. It's a pickup truck. It's aerodynamics. It's a freaking pickup truck. Pickup trucks. Making a pickup truck aerodynamic is like trying to make a freaking, you know, like, oh, well, we added a nose cone to the space shuttle to make it more. Yeah, it needs to be more aerodynamic. Okay. Tori Bruno worked on this. That's right, Steven. Terwin, 6-month resub. The box style is just, yeah, that's one of the best American trucks ever made. That's right up there with like a 74 square body spoon, in my opinion. Speaking of Fjord, will there be next-gen trucks as well? Yeah, maybe. Actually, you know what, Spoon? Any American truck from 1971 to like 1979 is fantastic. Like, you could, it doesn't matter. It could be an international. It's still good. There's the aerospike. All right. So, Pic shows 8 astronauts, yeah. Dude, efficiency is efficiency. So disappointed, but it's a pickup truck. It's, you use it out on the farm. There's no efficiency. You're using it at speeds below 70 miles an hour. The aero is not. I mean, don't get me wrong. It still matters, absolutely, but it's not that much. It's not that much of a percent increase. Yeah, Forge, I see it there. Bandit, what's that? Yeah, the laser experiment. Yeah, they did an aerospike test on it. They did an aerospike on SR-71. Yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, it was to improve fuel efficiency, Mega Doomer. But the truck looks like it looks like a previous generation Ford truck, but they bent the nose down. Like, guys, look. All right, we got to stop talking about trucks here in a second. But look, I mean, it doesn't look bad, but this doesn't look right to me. These headlights should be up here. Now compare that to this. Now see, that looks right. The headlights are up here. They're not like bent down. You started it. Yeah, but you're finishing it. That's what I'm talking about right there. See, guys, just because it's boxy doesn't mean it isn't aerodynamic either. You could achieve a lower coefficient of drag with this shape than you could with the other one. They probably improved coefficient of drag with that new truck by like minuscule amounts. I hate it. It looks horrible. This didn't age well. It's terrible. That's when Ford started putting plastic on the trucks. It looks cheap. It looks no, not for me. Not for me. I'll take metal trucks. Thank you very much. Thomas, what do you got? Oh, another picture of the damn flame trench. It looks flaccid, right? See what I'm talking about, man? Give me the box, man. Give me the box truck that's made out of metal. Thank you very much. Worst problem with SSDOs is their payload mass fraction. In reality, you can expect your payload to be 1%, at most 2% of liftoff mass. More conventional rockets can afford upwards of 5% or more. Yeah, that's right. Brown. Last. Okay. Box truck gang. Didn't that say the X-33 was going to have an Air Force base up in Montana as a landing site? Utah. But yeah. Need a truck I can dent. Yeah, not crack. Gross. All right, so with this fuel tank design, I tried to replicate the bilobe design as best as I could. And these tanks do clip, I understand. But there's also a lot of empty space because I'm using a bunch of different tank sizes to get the right shape. So in my mind, the volume that's being clipped here is, I mean, I looked at it last night. The volume that's being clipped here with these tanks is pretty much equivalent to the volume that would be filled up if these bulkheads weren't here. So I don't mind clipping fuel tanks in this regard. Like, I'm not going to take two big fuel tanks like this and be like, herder, bilobe tank. No, I really tried to make sure we did it right. So, Rocket Guy, here's where I left off. So to do, dry center of mass needs to move forward. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Now, so let's take a look. And keep in mind, this is very preliminary. And no, this is not how much payload I'm expecting this to get into space. I have approximately where I want the payload bay to be, which mimics more or less this, more or less. I'm trying to see if we can balance this correctly, okay? So, that 9 tons that's right here represents the payload and all the other equipment that I would need to make this work. RCS, tanks, panels, and grip pads, and wings, and everything that I'd need for the thermal protection system, and all the aerodynamic controls, avionics, everything. I think 9 tons is a gross overestimation comparatively to what I'll actually need to build out the aerodynamic shell for this. But let's just go with it. Repost. I noticed the X-33 has a LOX tank specified in the front and LH2 at the rear. Wouldn't that offset the center of mass, something you may not be able to do in KSP? Riv, we have some challenges to get around. We can change that with fuel tank priority. I can have these tanks drained first and these tanks drained second. Or I could have 2 of these tanks drained first and then 1 of these tanks drained second and have these tanks drain at the same time as these tanks here. I could basically use fuel draining priority to get the mass to stay pretty much where I want. I did that with my shuttle external tank and on my shuttle build, and that has the same problem, the hydrogen and the oxygen tank, right? I basically had more fuel tanks up at the front that drained later than the fuel tanks in the back, and that simulated the more dense oxygen than hydrogen. It demonstrated it correctly. I can overcome that. That's no problem. Hater, this is a subscale demonstrator that we're gonna mess with. It's gonna be subscale, first of all. Second of all, this will lead. I know hierarchically in KSP that if you build the exact same thing if you build the exact same thing with all the exact same part connections and whatnot, you can basically scale in KSP. It works. I know that because I did it with the crane. Now the crane isn't a space shuttle or a re-entry vehicle. I understand that, but that's the theoretical part. Theoretically, that should work just fine. It should be just fine as long as I, take basically this exact thing, and instead of 2.5 tanks, we use 3.5 tanks and all the nose cones for it to make the exact same shape with fairings and grip pads and everything in the exact same place, center of mass, center of lift in the exact same place, and how it all goes together. It should dissipate the heat in the same way, and it should structurally react in the same way. So this is the subscale demonstrator that I'm going to do, just like the X33 was a subscale demonstrator for this. The thing is, though, is that this thing, I'm in Kerbal, your Delta V to get into orbit is a lot different than it is in real life, all right? So my subscale demonstrator, I could basically build it. I want to basically be able to build it out to move 2 to 3 tons into space, basically taking the place of Freedom 7. And then this thing will take the place of whatever was going to replace Freedom 10 in the lineup. This thing is going to be insane. But I need to start small, and then we need to scale up in order to do this correctly. This will eventually morph into our crew access vehicle. 3 to 4 ton payloads. 3 Kerbals going up, or 3 to 5 Kerbals going up, wouldn't be any more than 3 to 4 tons of crew tank. So if I have something here, like a Mark 1 pod to be able to control it, plus the Kerbal, plus whatever inventory I need to send up, that's about, I'm going to overestimate it at 1,100 kilograms. And then something like this, that's probably something like, let's just say that's 3,000 kilos. 3,000 plus 1.1, that's 4,100. That's a gross overestimation. There's no way it's going to weigh that much, but that gives me the margin that it won't be the most efficient, but it'll give me the margin of error to know that it works. Okay? So, now, empty a little fuel tanks from the aft and add small nose tanks. I don't want to add a bunch of small fuel tanks, Chief, because then it's going to be really hard to fuel it up when it's on the pad. Selecting all these different little freaking fuel tanks is going to suck. Would it be better to conserve with a lower payload mass for balancing? That way your COM balancing won't be as biased if you add... Would it be better to conserve with a lower payload mass for balancing? That way your COM balancing won't be as biased if you actually... Well, okay, how I had this set last night, dude, was I had the payload center of mass lined up where my existing center of mass is. And Rocket Guy, these two I-beams represent the deviation center of mass. It's a very linear movement. If I drain all the tanks, right? Which, I mean, I'll be honest with you, man, this is not that bad. So if I drain all the tanks and show, like, what this thing would have when it's flying through the atmosphere, presumably like DART, we'll have to dump the fuel to get the mass to balance out, right? That's not that much of a deviation, dude. And I also use this 9 tons, here to give us some Delta V numbers. So, looking at, I mean, I know the aerospikes are able to deep throttle because of their design. Shuttle engines, not so much, but because I'm using shuttle engines in the place of aerospikes, let's just pretend we made a version of the RS-25 that can deep throttle, okay? Yeah, cool. All right, good game. So, if we set this back here and we look at our Delta V numbers, we're at 1.65, 135 second burn time with 3,900 meters a second Delta V. That's with a gross overestimation of dry mass, right? Like I said, this is like the equivalent of like 120 panels or something. There's no way we're going to need 120 panels to get this thing to work. What's deep throttle? Lowering the throttle below 40% on a rocket engine does bad things to it, hater. See the beginning of the KSP segment today. I made an X33 with a mod. Did you make this mod? Oh no, okay, well, somebody made an X33 mod a little back. Yeah, that's MGB. That guy, Angel125, I'm pretty sure he watches the stream. Because I remember him showing me the launch pad and be like, yo, look what I made. I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's a viewer. Yeah, that is MGB. Yeah. No, yeah, he, Lulz, the funny thing is that that's inspired from my transporter erector design. At least that's what he told me. That's what Angel told me. But anyway. So, Rocket Guy, is that what you were talking about? I basically put this on the wet center of mass, and then I logged the deviation. The deviation is, I don't know. I mean, what are we realistically talking about here? I forget how long these things are. I think these are 1500 millimeters. 13.6 to 12.1. Yeah, okay. So we're talking maybe. Let's do center point to center point here. So we're talking about a deviation of 750 mil. That's nothing. That's not that bad, but it is enough to screw us up. So what I would like is somehow, some way we're gonna have to figure out a way to keep those. If I can keep the center of mass in the same spot no matter what fuel load we have, we should be good. Or at least get it to fall into place when we're in line here. Hey, I'm new. What's the goal? Well, Addy, what I do... So, hi, I'm EJ, by the way. How are you? What I do in KSP is I play by a very specific rule set. It's like... It's kind of like if you mix D&D with Kerbal, and then I stream that gameplay, and part of that is chat choosing... Chat gets to literally choose the direction of my space program, right? So chat the other day, and I understand, what does this have to do with what you're working on what you're working on? Chat the other day, basically told me to make... They voted on it, and they told me to make this, or something like it. So, right now, what I'm doing is I'm working on... This is... You caught me right at the beginning when I'm just... starting to put a new spacecraft together. You caught me right at the beginning of putting together a biconic single-stage-to-orbit re-entry vehicle. What does that mean? It's a vehicle that goes up and comes down. No stages fall off, no fairings, no nothing. So, Rocket Guy, do you think we should put this in line, make it work around the dry center of mass, dude? Like, yeah, I mean, I don't see why we shouldn't. We would obviously want the down mass capability with... You know, let's see, I think even then, that's too far back. So if we wanted to have down mass capability, I really would need the payload bay and my center of mass to be up here somewhere. Like, this is ideally the point that I would want right here. I'll just put a plus sign there so it's distinguished from the other ones. Alright, because we have a big open space right here, right? It only has to fly like a plane when it's dry, so does center of mass movement matter? No, not really, Android, but there is also the possibility of an abort scenario if I decide to return to launch site, and I really want to take that into account, but we could also fuel dump it. You know, that's not a big deal. What do you realistically need for down mass capability? Well, realistically, I need to find a way to get this thing to... Realistically, I need to find rewind 10 seconds. Realistically, I need to find a way to get the center of mass up here when it's dry. And that's going to be hard to do, balancing out these shuttle motors. And I'm not sure how the real one did it. I'm going to go ahead and guess it probably has something to do with the metallic heat shield. But, by the way, take a look at my new Kerbal avatar. One of the PDQA testers has been making some for us. Let me see. Hey! You're reading RPE upside down. I love it. I love it. That's so cool. That's awesome. Move front tanks even further ahead. Yeah. Chief, we could. I could do that. No, No. Jet engines will screw up the mass fraction. It's an SSTO. We really have to be efficient with how we engineer this. But also, I don't want a bunch of flying fuel tanks. I don't want it flying like this. That's stupid. So, this was just a mock-up, guys, last night. So what I'm going to do... before we go any further, what I'm going to do is this, with the hierarchy and everything, how this all goes together is just radial attached. This is just mocked up. I was just using this to get delta V numbers. We're going to build out the vehicle structurally now. So up here, does it really need to look like an X-33? It doesn't need to, but I want it to. A biconic re-entry vehicle is the best for vertical takeoff, horizontal landing, dude. Unless somebody wants to go here, unless somebody wants to sit in here and make a Starship SSTO. In which case, you saw me try to land those on freaking Wednesday. That didn't end very well. Is logging on the website yet? What? Alright, so okay, so now what we're going to do I imagine a rocket with wings will do it in the same way in KSP. Okay. Oh, mission logging manner. I'm like, huh? What are you talking about, man? No, I don't think so. Looks good, Boris. Yeah, Sean, I know. So let's figure out a way to put this all together. So I'm going to take this and go to the mock-up. Let's name it mock-up. And then I'll save that, and then we'll go to the prototype. And we will start building this out correctly. So these are the dimensions that I roughly want the vehicle to be. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make myself some rulers, okay? So we're going to do this kind of like how we used to do Wings Wednesday back in the day. Wings Wednesday was a segment that I had on the stream for a good number of years, where every Wednesday we just went on a deep dive about an airplane. Mission mode kind of overshadowed it, and I haven't done it in a long time, but we should be able to, this has wings, so we should be able to Wings Wednesday this to an extent. So, what we're going to do here is I'm going to make rulers. A lot of people don't know you can make rulers in KSP if you know what you're doing. So, basically take 2 cubic octag struts, right? Set one to absolute. Make sure you hit F for absolute rotation here, and do that there. And do that there. And then, you know, I like the struts being nice and uniform. So, actually, the better way to do this is to attach the second cubic octag here, move it into place, and then just go here like this. And then take your strut, attach it. I use absolute snap because absolute snap is snapping on an incremental axis. That's like, I think it's a meter grid in here if I'm remembering right. Or no, this is every 10 centimeters. So that's 10 centimeters of movement right there. I'm pretty sure. So now we can take this, right? And we can move it around. And then if you hold left shift with the gizmo, you can make it really, really long. Now the reason why this is useful is because you have a nice straight edge right here, and it's a straight edge that doesn't collide with anything. So like I wouldn't have to worry about attaching something to the strut, because the strut, the cylindric part of the strut is not collidable. Notice how I'm not selecting the part, but if I click right, if I hold my mouse over here, that's highlighting it, but that isn't. This becomes very useful. It makes it very easy to make a ruler. So now that we have one, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these rulers to get the shape of the vehicle, and then we'll go from mock-up to a prototype here. Yeah, Tessa, you were the one that came up with that idea. Oh, boy. Yeah, Luiso, you're off your gourd if you think Energia Uragan was going to work. I was thinking about this the other day. There's no way. There's no way that Energia Uragan would work. You would need Luzo. It would need canards, believe it or not. How are you gonna balance the mass? I don't see it. How would Uragan balance that mass out, man? There's no way. You have a big hollow fairing up front and 3 engines in the back. There's no way you would have been able to balance it. Not in real life, but it works in KSP. Yeah. Alright, so now we have one ruler. I'll just leave that off to the side. Actually, we can take this and we can do that. And see, now wherever I place it, it places the struts with it. I'll just use one for the top. Everything should automatically be snapped. And now what I'm going to do is we're going to go into 2x symmetry, and we'll make 2 rulers in symmetry. The reason why we're going to do that is because I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to take some measurements. Where do I want the nose cone to be? Well, I want some room here, because I need to build some type of thermal protection system up here. And that means I need a fairing usually is good for the nose cone of a TPS, because fairings can survive really high temperatures in game. And I mean, in real life as well. I mean, if you look at Falcon 9's heat shields, they have thermal protection system up on the front. Part of the reason why they do that is because they reuse them. Because SpaceX really likes reusing things, which is not a bad thing. That's what we want. So I'm going to use these first 2 rulers to outline the shape. Basically, I'm going to get the shape of the vehicle that I want. More or less. And these will go basically along the line edge here. These tanks, some of it might form the outside of the vehicle, but not all of it. There we go. Fairing is made of depleted uranium. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there you go, Tessa. Rulers, I mean, it's just generally useful, dude. That was a really good idea. You know, credit where credit is due. Alright. That's where I want the outer skin of the vehicle to be, more or less. Okay? Now, you can get pretty crazy with this stuff, with the cheese whiz. Getting crazy with the cheese whiz. So now what we'll do is oh, we're still in 2x symmetry. Don't want that. I'm going to outline what I want the kind of shape of the vehicle to look like. And we're going to need multiple rulers to do this, but it should give us a nice profile. I used to do this with I-beams, but rulers are the better way to do it. So now, if I switch to local, that means we can just move this to we can extend or retract the ruler, which is what we want. And it moves via the orientation of that cubic octag. So I rotated it, and my arrows move with the rotated piece. All right, now we'll get another ruler. Put another ruler up there. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating what's called, in 3D, it's called a profile curve. When I'm going to place a bunch of rulers, and it's going to basically map out the shape. Trust me, it doesn't seem like dude, it's just, I get it. It's, you know, build the spacecraft. It's curvable. Well, okay. Like, I like getting a little crazy with this. I'm not going to lie to you. You don't necessarily need to do all of this to be like a super awesome KSP player. This is just what I like doing. Because I like demonstrating. I mean, I have a 3D art degree. I might as well demonstrate it to a freaking extent. Might as well put that stupid degree that I paid way too much for to freaking use. Like I said, but you don't have to do this. So see, I'm kind of just making the curve basically what I want here. And we're going to use a combination of these rulers to make a curved shape to get the profile. Now this one is going to have to be a little bit out like this. And once again, I take... So if you don't know me, I take playing KSP way too seriously. Like way too seriously. But I use it to try and teach people about how the real space program works. So, you know, I guess, you know, kind of have to be super serial about some of these things. I'm super serial. Man, bear, pig is real. And see, now if you look at like where all the struts connect to, we kind of have a profile curve right here. You? Nah. Alright. So I have my sides, I have my top profile, and the bottom profile will be very similar to this. But it'll be a little bit more flat. The top of the vehicle will kind of be a little more conic. The bottom one will be flat. When you look at the vehicle from the front, Venture Star needs to look like this. Like almost look like it's the entrance to a tunnel. The reason for this is the reason for this shape is because of better control at hypersonic speeds, if I'm remembering right. See what I'm talking about there? The bottom needs to be a really sharp angle. No lurk, Command Manor. You just say, hey, I'm lurking. It's all good. Or you don't even have to tell me, Manor. I know, like, because I watch Twitch streams as well as, you know... I watch Twitch streams as well as, you know, stream a lot. You don't need to tell me if you're lurking, bro. It's all good. Like, don't think you need to be here and you need to tell me. Just go do what you gotta do, dude. Not a problem. That's the shape we're looking for. If you look, that's what basically the Venture Star looks like that. And then it's got little two happy wings in the front. And then the nose cone is right there. Yay! Alright, cool. The reason why you want that shape, in real life, the reason why you want that shape is because you want the plasma to kind of stay underneath the vehicle. It flies, well, there's a bunch of things about boundary layers and, you know, heating of the vehicle and where you need to put the plasma, etc., etc., etc. Long story short, it flies better at high speed if you do that. Think about like a hydroplane boat hull versus a sailboat. A sailboat has a huge keel that goes way down into the water, but a hydroplane that's designed to skim over the water has a very flat hull, right? Same kind of thing. Because even though plasma is not liquid, plasma is the fourth state of matter. There's liquid, solid, gas, plasma. Plasma is kind of halfway between gas and halfway between liquid, just like liquid is halfway between gas and solid, all right? So plasma, like technically be solid, liquid, plasma, and then gas. It's like halfway in between, right? And then solid's just like, hey, what up? You know? Yeah, that's how that works. So like basically, long story short, you want to surf that plasma just like a boat would surf over the water, because that makes the vehicle a little bit easier to control up there, because you're surfing the plasma that's accumulating on the bottom of the vehicle, and it does accumulate. It's a pain in the butt. Just for the laws, I've been messing with fairings and engine plates. Managed to create a huge plane, 5-meter bay, 375 entry. Float has pretty much no drag. Flat surfaces pushes the shock wave further from the surface of the vehicle. Lower peak heating experience. Yep, there you go. Natzer, lurking as always. Right on, man. Alright. So that gives us a good kind of starting shape here. So now... Now what we'll do is go up here, and if I take this out like this, boom, there we go. We basically have a template to work by. Pretty cool, huh? So, first thing that I'm going to do is attach another one of these, and then this piece will basically form the backbone of the vehicle. This piece is basically going to be right here, underneath the payload bay. This is going to be Death Star freaking thermal exhaust port of the vehicle design, but it's going to be, instead of exposing a kyber crystal fusion reactor to open vacuum, because, you know, vacuum convex, right? I'm going to put it deep inside of the vehicle where it's impossible to get at. Death Star 2 style, but hopefully we don't fly this when it's still under construction. I might, though, you know. Well, this game is cool. Yeah, I know. I kind of own you, added Jado. Sorry. Alright. What masses of the small landing gear rated for? Don't know. That's just kind of a mock-up there, Benno. I might end up switching it to just 3 of the LY-35s. I put those here because it looks like these things look like the X-33's landing gear. The X-33, believe it or not, we were looking at the diagrams last night. These diagrams, from what I can tell, it uses F-15 landing gear. They seriously, what they were going to do with this is just take the landing gear off of an F-15 and then strap it to it. So it's F-15's landing gear. Yeah, it's somewhere around here. I like how you build actual aircraft. Thanks, Jado. Might want to move the header tanks further forward. Chief, we might have to do that. That's the reason why I left a little bit of space. I left this open up front, dude. Yeah, you're right. We might need to do that. You should start with the probe core so you can always do unmanned flight. Well, I start with the chassis nuclear. We'll attach the probe core later. And if we have to route, we could reroute to the probe core. But yes, you're absolutely correct. See you last. Oh, what's that, Reagan? Yeah, I know. I retweeted that last night when he posted it, dude. I can't believe that. It's either C or an E, T-Man. Either way. So, that's the crossbar right here. And now for the tanks. So this, nope. That's what I have for the tank design here. And I do like this. I think this tank design is cool. But I think it would be better. Like, okay, so this tank is radially attached to that tank. And I'm not sure I want to do that way. Yeah, Karate, what's up, man? How you doing? Alright. Let me think. Let me think about how I want to make this. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out new pathways, Karama. What I'm trying to do is baseline out a vehicle and give me like I'm trying to give you guys by the end of this week an approximate cost so we can, then chat will figure out through our approximate cost and approximate testing what we need to do. We can figure out cost and how long it's going to take me to test this thing and basically rate it for flight. So this week is just basically doing some straight R&D because you guys wanted me to change the program. So, you guys want this or gladiators? Gladiators. Here's a good visual diagram for a biconic reentry vehicle. Thank you, Fred. And pray, hey, just on a side note, man, thanks for coming in here every day and throwing down some knowledge, man. It makes the stream better, dude, for sure. I really appreciate it. Thank you, by the way. I know I might not be able to get this stuff right all the time, but I'm certainly damn trying. I'm damn well trying to do it. See? Yeah, look at this. Like a freaking boat wake in 3 dimensions. Yeah, Reagan, I just did. I just replied to you. The stream must have buffered out. Yeah, what's up, sweetheart? Are you okay?
I'm fine. So I went to go eat this bagel, and there was a little spot of mold on the bagel, so I took off the mold, but now I don't know if I should eat the bagel. It's like right there.
Don't eat this. It's moldy.
Oh, I thought that was just bagel.
Nope, that's mold. Yeah, did you eat it?
No, that's just bagel.
That's not just bagel.
That's mold, chat? Okay. Now I'm sad.
They are kaput. We have some hamburger buns in the refrigerator if you want something like that.
No, I wanted a bagel.
Sorry, baby.
Sorry.
We don't need you to get Corona 2 electric boogaloo from the mold, okay?
Fair enough.
Because remember, that happened from a guy eating something that he thought was edible.
Fair enough.
Okay, anyway. She's alright, Flight Sim. Second shot's kicking her butt, but hey, I told her, like, if you're not feeling well, I mean, that's why I was late for the stream today. I didn't get much sleep last night because I was making sure she was okay. A hamburger bun is not a bagel. How can you insult buns like that? Because it's something that we had and it's something that is almost close. What I wouldn't do to get a good seat right here if it was for a night. Oh, I wish, man. Yeah, Mason, I'm just trying to keep an eye on her, dude, you know? Anyway, so, yeah, look at it. See? It's like a freaking boat wake. Pray, you know what blew my mind? And it was one of those points where I'm like, I think I understand aerodynamics, but yep, nope, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, it was one of those kind of surreal moments when I started reading about this. And I don't even know how to say that correctly, dude. The Pregananant-Meyer expansion. That's ridiculous. That phenomenon is unbelievable. That blows my mind. Oh, let's just infinitely break the sound barrier in one shot. Yeah, sure, why not? Sure. What is it? Explain. Basically, Jado, when you're going from high pressure to low pressure really, really fast at supersonic speeds, the air kind of is trying to curve around the surface right here. Like, and I'm probably not even explaining this correctly. It's trying to curve around the surface, and the air ends up breaking the sound barrier as it turns the corner, like an infinite amount of times. It's dude, I don't even know if that explanation is correct, so take that with a grain of salt. Someone's probably typing it out. Prompt. And then there's Whitcomb's area rule and stuff. Dude, yeah, aerodynamics is nuts, man. Yeah, everything that's in the expansion right here is breaking the sound barrier. It's breaking the sound barrier an infinite amount of times because air molecules are rapidly trying to take a left-hand turn and go at the same time go from really, really high pressure on the vehicle here to really, really low pressure in this recirculating flow area, and they end up breaking the sound barrier a bajillion times. That's kind of what happens. Yeah, I know. Aerodynamics do that. Yeah, it's called an expansion fan. It's... Alright. Yeah, Chief. It is really freaking cool. So you have... See? You have supersonic air coming up to this, and then that supersonic... It's basically what happens when the air tries to take a turn going at supersonic speeds. Physics goes a little wonky right there. It's not... I mean, it doesn't, but... Yeah, crazy. Yeah, see? Just trig. Pretty cool, huh? This is one of those phenomena you leave to the math. It blows my mind that they even... Like, they saw that, and they're like, huh, how can I figure that out with math? Dude, what? Yeah, how did you do that? I did, Builder, yeah. Anyway, guys, let's, I mean, that's flow separation, just like what we were talking about. Same kind of phenomena that we were talking about with vacuum-optimized nozzles a little bit earlier. Yeah, in the early 1900s. I mean, then Tsiolkovsky figured out how rockets fly in space before rockets even existed, which is... Alright. Okay, so how are we going to attach these tanks? What would be the strongest way? So node attaching tanks is the best way to get this stuff to all attach correctly. And then, all right, let me draw out some hierarchy here. So we have our centerpiece right here. That's that girder segment that I'm talking about. And then our fuel tanks look like this. R is a radial attachment there, and then N is a node attachment, right? Meaning you held left alt, right? And then we have that. That's what this hierarchy looks like. That's your root part for the fuel tanks right there. That's the root. This other tank right here is radially attached to that tank, and then we have node attachments here and here. So I don't like radially attaching fuel tanks. Fuel tanks are a very high mass. Radial attachment points aren't necessarily very strong. Node attaching is stronger than radially attaching, and know that for a fact. If you take something and you attach a bunch of nodes together, right, and you put it on a launch clamp, and then you do the same thing with radial attachment, and then put them out on the runway, they'll both bend under gravity. Watch which one bends more. So I don't want to do that. I ideally would want a hierarchy like this with the fuel tanks. We would want a hierarchy like this. I would want one root part here. That's the root part, right? And then right here, node, 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 and node. That's the strongest. This will be the strongest fuel tank, or strongest fuel tank design. On Freedom, I did something similar to this, and then I strutted everything together like that to make a really, really strong hierarchy. Makes it very structurally sound. You saw the Freedom rocket was made out of a bunch of small little tanks. You never saw the thing doing this, did you? I made it really, really strong. So, ideally, we would want something here that has double attachment nodes, right? And then this would go, this is that piece right there. And then you would want something like this. Right? And then you can strut from here to here. You strut from there to there. You could strut from there to there, there to there, and then crossbar it like that. And then the two end tanks here, we could strut back into the root part, and that'll make this extremely strong. I mean, and then this will be in sim over here. The 6-way hub, I don't have that unlocked, Jaka. So, the other thing we got to take into account is the engine. The engines are back here. You want the engines to... I like having my engines not too far of a degree of separation from this. So, I call it my 6 degree of separation rule with hierarchies. So, if your root part is right here, I always try to make sure that my engines are not that far away down the hierarchy from the root part. I also use this rule right? Sir? I also use this rule with engines and also attachment points because the vehicle is less likely to drift. Where, like, for instance, with Freedom 7, where it attaches at the bottom is five parts away in the hierarchy from where it attaches to the top. On Freedom 7, right? Or Freedom 10, right? On Freedom 10, I have the attachment points here. There's 2 docking ports. Those are attached to a fairing plate. Fairing plate is attached to fuel tank 4, fuel tank 3, fuel tank 2, fuel tank 1,
go at throttle up.
fairing, the interstage fairing, and then the forward docking ports. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it's 7, but you get the idea. Don't see how these aren't that far away from each other? And then the engines are on an engine plate down here and right there like that. That's what Freedom 10's hierarchy looks like if you just looked at it like with parts attaching to other parts. And then I have struts here that do this. They overlap. Soviet, 67-month resub. Interesting haircut. Well, I said I'd give myself a crew cut or a boot cut if Starship 15 landed, and it did, so. So, we need to figure out a good way to put this all together. So, let's start with this. Let's figure out a way to make that happen, okay? So, let's go down here like this. And this is the design that I want right here. But these are radial. I don't want that. So, I need something that can split the hierarchy left and right, forward and back. And ideally, I would want symmetry. Now, here's the thing. You can't node attach in symmetry, which is annoying. Like, if I take this piece right here, right? And I do this, and then I have another subassembly here that I want in symmetry, it doesn't work. So, we might be SOL in that regard. Either that or we'd have to do radial attachment, in which case we'd need to have a strong thrust structure right here. So something like this could work. The adapters that go from 1 to 2. Well, the other thing we got to take into account with these adapters, right? This is a good idea. The other thing we got to take into account with the adapters, I should have kept the hierarchy window open, is that we're most likely not going to most likely going to have more fuel tanks back here, right? Like, most likely. Yeah, of course I know. I miss the mullet. Yeah, me too. Organic chemistry, PTSD. Yikes. Yeah, it kind of does look like organic chem, doesn't it? See last. What's up, Space Sloth? That's way above my level, and I watch Scott's videos. Yeah. We could use a 3 node here. The good thing about this is that these nodes do pick up in symmetry. But I would want the beam, the center spine of the vehicle, to keep going so we could figure out some kind of thrust structure to attach the engines. And also, remember, the point of attachment to the pad can't be too far away from this. So let's do a little bit of trickery here. How about we do something like this? Yeah? Yeah? Something like this? Let's play a little game. Go like this. Interstage attachment nodes, no truss structure. Yeah, something like that, Tom. According to a hierarchy, the best made rockets are shaped like RP1 molecules. Yes, yes. Hydrocarbon hierarchies. Okay, so now we still have that radial attachment thing to overcome here. So yeah, how about we do that? So the first thing I'll do before we mess with this at all is we'll do this in single symmetry first, and we'll make a prototype tank. Okay, so let's take this. So these tanks are on the outside, on the outside, on the outside. And I'm going to copy this. And then I'm going to attach one like that. Right? And then I'm going to pull that other piece off, and we're going to attach that again. So now these bilobe tanks, if we angle them both in at 5 degrees. Huh. 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 There we go. That gets us almost the exact same shape as the bilobe tanks on the X-33. See that? All right, get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. So now, with the tanks themselves, let's work here. How are we going to do this? How are we going to make this look right? So I believe this was actually inward like that on the final design. And if we move these things kind of into the position that we want, right? That does line up with the node, and it lines up with our profile line. What I'm wondering here is why one of these is so much further than the other. What did we do here? What's the difference? These theoretically should just be the same shape, just copied. So let's go like this, and let me copy this piece again, right? And then take this, copy this piece, and then if we flip that around 180 degrees, that should, yeah, see? Okay, so we were dealing with a little bit of asymmetry here. This is the stuff I like weeding out in the design. I like weeding out this kind of stuff. I like everything to be nice and neat. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not out of some crazy obsessive compulsion or something. Like, it doesn't have to be that way. No. Look, Kerbal is a tough game, and it pays to be, trust me, it pays dividends in the long run to be very, very clear and clean in your implementation right now. Because if you're very, very deliberate about it, and then sometimes I leave messages and stuff. If you're very deliberate about it right now and you really do your homework right now, you don't want to go like, it'll pay off later. So you don't want to go like put these tanks together and be like, okay, that tank design is fine. And then you go and launch it, and say you launch it and you didn't get the hierarchy right and your tanks fly out of the vehicle. Now you got to redesign the whole damn thing. So it pays to make everything nice and clean, nice and neat right now, because you'll know in the back of your mind that you did this right. This is how sometimes, like, you ever see like a dart malfunction and or like a launch escape happen, or you know, you ever seen a dart malfunction? Oh yeah, EJ, we saw a bunch of them last week. Yeah, I understand. I can figure out what happened with it reasonably quickly. Like, I can figure out the fault tree. I have that figured out in like 30 seconds. At best, like, or it takes me like 5 minutes to review, because I'm turning through my head how I made those parts and why I made those parts the way that I did. Like how I told you guys, I could tell you guys instantly, like without even really testing it, that the crew tanks on Dart are designed to shear off in the event of a RUD. That's supposed to happen. I didn't ever test that on stream, but I knew that was how that was going to work. And sure enough, when Dart crashed into the water, that's exactly what happened. The crew tank sheared off, and the main fuselage impacting the water absorbed the impact, and they sheared off, and the crew survived completely. The same thing would have happened with Voyager, with Jeb, if I didn't hit the damn... Well, I don't know if I hit a terrain seam. I don't think I did. I think the gear still kind of crunched on me a little bit. But, hey, the thing isn't designed to land on the side of a hill. If I wanted it to land on the side of the hill, I would have designed it to do that. So I immediately knew that the rough terrain was the cause of failure, right? Because I never tested it that way. It's like, once again, like engineering a vehicle is playing... It's like playing chess. You're playing chess against physics. And when you get to the end game, i.e. launching your vehicle, you want to be able to take the king out. You want to be able to get that checkmate. Checkmate is accomplishing the mission. Drummer, it's going okay. Everything is good. Alright, so... let me move that this way, and then let me move that way. And that should get the tanks very, very similar. You know what? Yeah, this shape right here mimics the biconic, or not biconic, mimics the bilobe tanks pretty well. It's not designed to land on an unprepared surface. How about we land our SSTOs back on the runway? Well, the SSO will be able to build interplanetary transfer vehicles. Not this one, Ryan. This version right here, if I can get it to freaking work, and I can get us a good price point for what it's going to take to test this thing, this vehicle will be designed, basically take the place of Freedom 7, so 3 to 4 tons at best. At best. Like, 3 to 4 tons up there. And probably not a payload bay. Like, we'd probably put a bunch of construction containers in there and have it just bring parts and supplies up and stuff. And then we could take the inventory containers out, and then we could put like a crew tank in there. And this will basically take the place of Dart and Freedom 7. Then I'll use what I learned here, because I don't build SSTOs very often. SSTOs are very inefficient, especially if you want to go out past the moon, which is basically what we're going to be trying to do very soon, right? They're very inefficient beyond that. Like, you need to, and the reason why it makes sense, what you make up for, is because this thing is super easy to put back on the launch pad and launch again, so I can launch a lot. We can increase the payload mass to orbit. So instead of like 2 Freedom 10 launches during one stream, with this, theoretically, I could do like 4 or 5. And if this thing, if my cargo version of this moves 9 tons into orbit, Freedom 10 can move about 12 tons into orbit in 2 launches. So I can, in one stream, I could move 24 tons to orbit theoretically, right? If this thing moves 5 tons to orbit and I can launch it 5 times, well, that's 1 ton more, and you guys get to see more launches too. But not 5 tons is a bad example. If I make a big one and it can do what Freedom 10 can do, and I can launch it 5 times, that, like I said, 5 times the payload mass, because we don't spend a lot of time on the ground integrating. The problem with this is that this is going to take a second to freaking make. It's going to take a second. Shady, well, with the SSDO architecture, you didn't really leave me a choice. You guys chose single stage to orbit. I'm not going to make something take off from KSP, or take off from KSC, get into LKO, and then zip it out to Mars. No. No, that would... If you guys wanted Starship-style architecture, you should have chosen option 3 for the 2-stage partially reusable or fully reusable launch vehicle. You guys want full reusable single stage, so... That's the architecture that was chosen. That's the architecture I'm going to go with. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go in here and start grandparent part strutting things. Grandparent part will strut to the part that's 2 pieces behind. Like if you look at those organic chemistry compounds that I was making, right? Grandparent part will bypass the immediate part that it's attached to and run a strut around that to the next part. Grandparent part is really useful. I also like grandparent part a lot because if the hierarchy changes, i.e. if you dock it to a launch pad, grandparent part hierarchies are less likely to change direction, right? So like, say I had a docking port on the front of this tank, right? And that was the root part. If we docked it, the hierarchy, which was grandparent strutting backwards, is now grandparent strutting forwards. And once again, if that didn't make any sense, basically your vehicles can structurally act differently if you dock them in a way that flips the grandparent part strut around. See how the grandparent part strut is going? See where it's going? Wait, where is it going? Hold on. Yeah, grandparent part strut is strutting to that. If we change the flow and reverse the direction, instead of that being the part, well, what's 2 degrees of separation in front of this fuel tank? So there's 1 degree. 2 degree right there, then fuel tank. 2 degrees of separation in front is that tank. Instead of a grandparent strut being run there, it'll run there instead if I say like had a docking port on the front here. That's why it's important to play this degrees of separation game with docking ports and stuff, so it doesn't flip your hierarchy around. Docking 2 vehicles together can absolutely structurally change how the vehicle works. So if you've ever had a vehicle that flies up into space and you've docked it to another vehicle and then it started getting all weeble wobbly and it wasn't wobbly before, you reverse the flow of the hierarchy. Grandparent struts aren't strutting to the same places that you strutted them to in the editor. For early testing, do you think you should replace the SSMEs with cheaper engines? It'll lower testing costs significantly. Well, this is I'm trying to get a baseline configuration demo, but yeah, we could. So theoretically, anything that goes... I already got that. I imagine this big one will be used like the shuttle for NSTS. Pretty much, Toasted. Nando, nice cut. Thanks, man. How are you? You see Mazepin spin? Mazaspin? Less of an issue if you leave the aero shell in LKO and have the space going parts separate. That's still 2 stage tested, but yeah, I agree with you. From Wayne Hale, what's that, Hellfish? We actually have more flight-worthy space shuttle main engines left over than spacesuits. So will the bigger one be able to get out to the moon without a transfer stage? No, the bigger one will be able to put a transfer stage and payload into space, Ryan. So instead of 2 Freedom 10 launches, transfer vehicle with the refueling transfer stage, we could just put that all into orbit in one shot. I want my big SSTO to be able to move 18 tons. 18 to 20 tons into space. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. This one, 3 to 5. 5 on a really good day. If, like 5 is the absolute maximum. I don't think we could get over 5. I really don't think that's possible with Kerbal physics. But the big one, I want the big one to be able to move 20. Or actually, I mean, rating it for 25 would probably be the right move. Is there a plan for NASA to get more EVA suits? Yeah, through the commercial market, Mason. Yes, there is. All right, so I'm going to put our fuel tank out over here, right? And the other thing that I'm going to do is the original fuel tank that I made, that one that we just put together, which would theoretically be a prototype, right? This thing, I should detach it, and then I should reattach it over here. This is the first one that I made. That's the first bilobe fuel tank. Now, we could do some structural testing with this if we wanted to, but I need to go make some jigs for it. But technically, this thing isn't even finished yet. So, now, we have the hierarchy, and the hierarchy for this thing right now probably looks something like a tuning fork. You have the straight part of the tuning fork, you have the split, and then you have the two fork parts of the tuning fork. We basically need to connect the tuning fork together to make this thing not move around. You don't want it to wiggle around, especially fuel tanks. Fuel tanks have a lot of moment, or they could potentially have a lot of moment, meaning that they're heavy, so they could influence how the vehicle flies if they're wiggling around. Hokey, 74-month resub, thank you. So what I will do is go in here and we'll play some, we'll do some tricks here. Ready, player one? I'm talking to myself. Okay, cool. Lovely. So, first thing I'll do is I'm going to attach a strut. I'm going to attach a strut from the left side of the fork. Okay? Over here to the right side. You know what? It'd probably be better to do it here. Huh, Hokey, will you look at that? Will you look at that? So let's go in here with the camera. And this is where working with your struts pays off. The struts in KSP work like struts in Polybridge. If anybody's played that game. Basically, the angle that the strut is at absolutely makes a difference. So now, what I did here, or what we're starting to do here, is, once again, let's draw out the hierarchy. That's the bicoupler. Right? And then over here, you have your fuel tank. Fuel tanks on the left, fuel tanks on the right. That's the I-beam right there. And then down here, we have the conic fuel tank. And then here's the front nose cone tank right there and right there. So, these are grandparent strutted, which means that they're running struts. This tank is running a strut there. That tank is running a strut there. This tank is running a strut there. That tank is running, well, I'll make it symmetrical. It's running struts there, and then these tanks are strutting here and here. So those are struts that are already in, okay? Now keep in mind these are straight lines. The auto struts don't curve, it's a straight line. I just drew it like this so you can see all the struts. Now, blue is regular struts. What I'm doing here is I'm taking the middle tank and strutting it to that side right there. And then I'm going to take the middle tank over here and do that. And then I'm going to take the nose cone tank and dock it to the middle tank there. And then we're going to do that. Then we're going to dock that tank to that. See what I'm doing with the hierarchy? I'm triangulating it like everything is triangulated in the hierarchy like a trestle. That's how you make super strong vehicles in KSP. You can make it insanely strong. I know, Forge, isn't that cool? Are you using what you learned from Strat Blitz's video? No, not at all. Stitches. Yeah, Chief. It's like stringers that hold bulkheads together on a ship. Same thing. Like, you know, you have your keel, right? And then there's stringers inside of the hull that hold the bulkheads together. I'm basically just turning the entire thing into a huge freaking trestle. Right? So, this will be our fuel tank. KSP bilobe See? I'll save this. You know what? I'm going to save these for documentation. LV5 by globe tank hierarchy. All right, save that. Cool. You should have mission patches. That'd be cool. Boat pictures before the work begun. Let me see, Pi Power. Oh, nice, dude. Thanks. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Interior is a little bit ratty. What's it running? Small block Chevy. No, not a small block Chevy. That's a... Yeah, no, it is. It is. It's a Marine 350, is that not? Hold on. What is that song called? Make Love by Robert Parker. Okay. Is it a Chevy? Yeah, power steering pump. Dead giveaway. Yeah, that's Chevy. Small block Chev. So it's a Chevy 350. This is a 5.7 liter. Oh. Are there any advantages to an SSDO other than quick launch times? You get the whole vehicle back? They're fully reusable? Yeah, this thing's a little rough. Oh. That probably smelled like a porta potty mixed with mold. How's the fiberglass on the hull? Is it okay? If fiberglass is good, then yeah, you're good to go, dude. This is cool, man. This thing's gonna be sick when it's ready to go. You should put a 454 though in there. You should put a big block in there because herder, go faster. There's Marine big blocks that you can make. So this is a car engine, guys. It's a car engine, but it's designed for Marine use. Part of that is that the exhaust headers are cooled. There's no radiator here. The engine is cooled by the water that the boat is going through. That's what these things are. See, the coolant lines are going through these things, and they're picking up off of an intake underneath the boat that sucks in the water that cools the engine. It's easier than having a radiator. It's easier than having it air-cooled. You don't question. I should buy a boat. Yeah, that's cool, Hellfish. My dad's boat was in a worse state now, and it's running like a charm. Right on, dude. You get that Mustang yet, Forge? All right, so let's go do what we did in the pictures there. So I just strutted this tank right here to that tank right there. And now we're gonna do this side in mirror. Guys, if we're gonna, like I said, it's like, dude, you're just making fuel tanks. I know. This vehicle, I mean, changing the architecture at this point means that, one, this thing has to be safe. It has to work. I really don't have a choice. If I kill a Kerbal with this thing, I'm screwed. Like, totally screwed. So, I can't really afford that happening. The second thing is that this thing is going to be a workhorse if I can get it to work. So it pays to take your time. Like I said, it pays to take your time and at least put a little bit of thought into this rather than placing fuel tanks just arbitrarily. Because once again, if something does happen during testing and it doesn't do what I want it to do, I can very, very easily, based off of, putting in this extra effort instead of just placing fuel tanks, it eliminates portions of failure here. I missed something. I missed a lot of something. Loopy, I shorted a dart re-entry trajectory and it killed Jeb, and I failed the deadline on the lunar program and chat chose to cancel it. And then they chose to re-baseline the lunar program with new architecture that's based off of building SSTOs. Aren't capsules the safest, though? Yeah. Capsules are pretty dang safe, yeah, because it's tried and tested. I mean, trains were safer than airplanes at one point because trains have a lot more development behind them than a plane does, right? Yeah, Loopy, that's what I was trying to tell him. All I can say is that, well, hey, Mission mode is designed to teach people lessons. It's designed to tell a story, and then every story, every good story is, you know, should have a lesson to be taught. It's something that comes from the classics, from the ancient Greeks. Yeah, to tell a story. Have I ever told you guys the story of Darth SSTOS the Wise? He could just launch stuff into Kerbal willy-nilly. He could even prevent Jeb from dying. Etimos prosabahorisi. So, Loopy, I'm trying to mimic the bilobe tanks from the X-33 because I've decided I want to make the X-33. In order to improve safety margins on the vehicle, I'm going to use the remaining Freedom 7s that we had left over from our lunar program, the one that was canceled, to make a better ComSat network. And then we will start our testing. How long was that last vote open for? 20 minutes, Element? I know, I screwed up. I should have had it gone on for a couple of days, guys. I'm sorry. I was trying to just figure everything out and I made a mistake. Any major architectural changes or cancellations of programs, etc., those polls will now go for 24 hours, no exceptions. Like I said, Dish, there's lessons to be learned. It's all right. Hey, look, I said I'd play the game in good faith, so I have to. And also, I didn't want to do SSTOs, but I put it on there. I put it on there thinking that it wouldn't get selected. And of course it did. But even though it's not what I wanted, I'm not going to be a wimp about it and change the damn rules because I don't like the outcome. That's dumb. Only psychopaths do that. So, we'll adhere to the rules, and I will, in good faith, get this damn thing working. We should have a constitution. Mission mode is the mission mode rules are this playthrough's founding document. So, I'm working on building bilobe tanks like the X-33, so we can make a biconic re-entry vehicle and have it actually work correctly. See last, see last, see last. And it's never going to get done if you guys keep saying stuff. Eventually, I have to put my head down and do some work here. Can't just be talking to you all day. Oh, geez, people are even whispering me. You guys... Wait, you're not the Senate? What's up, dudes? This might be borderline, but I think you'll laugh. Oh, that's bad. SN15 moved around a bit. Yep. Yeah, it looks like they moved the SPMTs off of the dirt, Reagan, if I had to guess. So here's what I'm going to do with these struts. Sorry, couldn't resist. Yeah, I know. These aren't absolute snapping how I want. Wonder why. So once again, it pays to do this, guys. It pays to make this thing nice and strong. And the angle of the strut matters. I try to make the struts at 45 degrees because that's pretty dang strong. The reason why I'm making them at 45 degrees on its long axis like this is because when we're launching up into space, that's when the most G-forces are going to be exerted on the vehicle or on the fuel tanks. The fuel tanks on a rocket, they try to scrunch up like an accordion almost during launch because that's when your upward force is the most, right? I mean, Falcon 9 when it's coming down through re-entry too, but that's another, I mean, that's an exception at this point. I mean, hopefully it becomes the rule later. But yeah, I want to put these at 45, so like, build it like a skyscraper basically. Have we set a new lunar deadline? No, Ryan, what I'm trying to do is figure out a baseline architecture here. So I'm just gonna put together a prototype and I'm literally gonna see how much it costs. And then I should be able to give you an estimate on how much I think this is going to cost, and then how long I think it's going to take to make. So Ryan, basically I'm gonna do what I didn't do with Dart, and I'm going to do what I didn't do and basically come up with all the testing parameters and all the stuff that we need to do. I'm going to come up with a really good testing regime. All the stuff that we need to do to get this thing to fly correctly and get this thing into space safely and efficiently. So I'm basically making this at a 45-degree angle as best as I can. Camera angle's kind of killing me right now. Here, I'm going to move the whole thing down here. And like I said, I know it's like, dude, you've been working on a goddamn fuel tank for the past hour. I get it. Part of that is because I have to explain everything, or at least I want to explain everything. These bilobe tanks are pretty snazzy, though. Will this design come with an in-flight snack service? I mean, this is the crew one, so if it doesn't come with snacks, I mean, Jeb won't be the only one I have to plant a flag for, dude. Yeah, duh, of course. Another thing to make sure is to make sure that you place the struts on either side in the same way. So this strut I placed on the fuel tank first, right? And then we attached it like that. Make sure that, you know, you do that correctly for both sides here, right? Yeah, well, lols, I'm not gonna lie. This doesn't get as much viewers as, this doesn't get as many viewers as, like, launching does, that's for sure. But, hey. Down the road, and don't get me wrong, it's not all about viewers. I don't care. I have fun engineering this stuff. This is fun for me. But yeah, the numbers don't lie, my dude. People don't, the engineering streams are for a niche crowd. It's not for people that just want to sit back and watch rocket launches. Like, and I get that. I understand that. That's no problem. I try to... Mission mode is also, by implementation, designed to get you to do a wide variety of stuff. It's designed to make, you know, to force designs that I never would have bothered even doing in engineering mode at all. Because that's... Yeah, because it's... Because it's like out of my comfort zone. It's not what's good for KSP. Like, you can make SSTOs in KSP, but I mean, a lot of the SSDOs that people make for KSP are horizontal takeoff, horizontal landing. So I didn't want to do that. Even if we had rapiers unlocked, I still didn't want to do it. So, you know, this, because that's what everybody does. How's that any different than me just building a conventional rocket? That's why I wanted SERV or Venture Star or something. Hey, Lavi, 60 months. So, yeah, mission mode forces me out of my comfort zone on purpose. And it does give you guys pretty awesome content, and it spreads it around between engineering, launching, space operations. Yeah, it really, I try to, when I invented these rules, I used them to basically blanket all the different things that make Kerbal fun. So everybody gets a little bit of everything. That was designed that way on purpose. We have 4 Freedom 10 Extended King, and then we have 2 Freedom 7s. We have 6 boosters left over. Can I propose an addition to the mission mode rules? Minimal required vote time length. If the minimal time vote isn't met, vote is null and void. What? What do you mean minimal? Minimal required vote time length. If minimal vote time isn't met, vote is null and void. Well, Manor, I'm just going to make sure that all the votes go major stuff will go for 24 hours. Yeah. Like, this should have been something that I left out for a lot of different people to... Because what if somebody couldn't catch the stream yesterday? Then they missed out on the vote. I understand that. And that's just part of me understanding and getting better at running mission mode. Because... Dude, how the heck am I? How the heck was I supposed to know how mission mode would pan out? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. You know, like, so. You know, I'm doing basically rapid iterative testing, and if there's stuff that I see that I don't like, I try to amend it and make it better. That's why I chose the living document thing. Mission mode rules can be amended, but they need to have my good graces, and they need 75% of a chat vote. Long March 5B that is in an unplanned orbit. Do you think it will produce more or less debris than Skylab? I don't know, Cajun. It's hard to say. Well, guys, if you told me when, like, right after I crashed Dart and knew that we needed to trigger a chat vote, that I'd be sitting here a week and a half later designing a Venture Star, I would have been like, really? I mean, heck, even yesterday I was like, really want me to do that? Okay. So, stranger things have happened. Okay, so, we've completed that hierarchy right there. That's the hierarchy. And the root part is the bicoupler right there. So okay. So that's our hierarchy design for the tank. This should be really good at compression loads and very good at tension loads. Now, sideways load like this, I mean, it's built like a tuning fork, so it should be good for sideways loads, port and starboard, but... So this down here would be a 3/4 view. Let me just draw this out this way. So the blue is regular struts, and then the red is auto struts. What about if we had load coming at it like this? Well, the hierarchy right now is really only working in 2 dimensions, so up and down load might be an issue, but I could always strut this to other subcomponents in the... I could always strut it to other subcomponents in the hierarchy. It shouldn't be an issue. What told me on the SSDO was LKO building using a shuttle arm. Well, we could have done that with a starship or something, dude. But yeah, I mean, it's alright. How do you auto-strut to skip the part directly in front of it? Grandparent part strutting nuclear is what that does. So with hierarchies, you have grandparent, parent, child. So this is grandparent strut will strut from child to grandparent. It basically skips over. Very, very useful. So, yeah, this, you know, as long as I strut this downwards to the bottom hull and upwards to the top skin of the vehicle, I think we'll be okay. Alright, so let me save that. Okay, so this right here, there's our bilobe tank. This is a good design. I like it. So what we're going to do, first, I'm going to make sure that it's copyable. If I do it this way, will the struts stay there? The struts don't really do the exact same thing, but that's okay. Let's try to put it like this. What does it do? Will the struts run in the correct way? The angles are right, it's just the attachment strut is a little weird because it reruns the struts every time you copy a sub-assembly, which is fine. How much starting science did you give yourself for mission mode? None. I started with some of the tree unlocked and tier 3 research and development because NASA didn't what's the right word? Didn't have access to like plane parts when they started launching rockets, you know? Like that's just how I look at it. Alright, so this is the root part of the sub-assembly here. So this is going to go up here like this. And the fairing plate's going to go up there like that as well. Turn off the interstage nodes for a moment. Now what we're going to do is see how well this thing takes in symmetry. Let me make sure that the struts came in correctly. Yep. Yep. Okay, it does. Alright, so in my original design, the overlap, the top tank is on the inside. So, rotate these 180 degrees. And then these were angled in at 5 degrees. Actually, place them first, like this. And then angle it in at 5. And then just do some fine-tuning to the placement. Alright, let me just make sure that these are relatively in the same spot. They're not. Okay. Alright, so this I-beam right here, that's the beginning of our flight prototype. This is just a mock-up for fuel tanks. But yeah, this is good. And then these struts right here are representing what I want the outer skin of the vehicle to look like. It's basically my vehicle size constraints. And now these guys, if they're grandparent strutted, now those guys will be strutted right to the fairing here. So now we took our tuning fork and made it a bigger tuning fork. But because I placed these parts in symmetry, grandparent part auto strutting picks up off of a symmetry node. What does that mean? Look, let me turn on the auto struts and I'll show you. If we go in here, the debug menu, visualize the auto struts, and we go look up, look. You don't just see the auto struts between, or the grandparent struts in the tuning fork. You don't just see them going left to right like that, or front to back like this. They cross. See that? They'll go forward and back, but they'll also go left to right because they picked up off the 2x symmetry nodes. So now I have crossbars between my fuel tanks. These will act like structural bulkheads. They'll work exactly in the same way. We don't need that anymore. They'll work exactly in the way... yes. Okay, this is the good one. See those things right there? See those bulkheads? Right there. See that? They're angled, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at that. Funny how that works. See? You can get stuff to structurally act the same exact way in Kerbal in real life if you know a little bit of how to mess with the hierarchy. No, Pruffles, I'm trying to build out a prototype vehicle to get a baseline cost here so we can figure out cost and timetables. And I'm basically going to use this week to figure that out for the whole program, and then the testing regime as well. How many flights we're going to do, you know, how many suborbital test flights do we need to really test this thing out? What should we test it like Starliner? Should we test it like Starship? Like, how should we do that? But that starts with making a baseline, getting a baseline vehicle cost here. So, like, how much this thing is going to cost when you, if I go to put it out on the stand, with the pad and all this other stuff. So, once again, I'm doing some very, very basic vehicle, well, not basic, this is pretty hardcore stuff, but, I'm doing some very, very preliminary stuff right now. So, depending on how fast or slow we make progress here, right, will basically help me figure out what we need to do to figure out a deadline. I'm basically writing up the proposal based off of what you guys wanted. So now what I'm going to do, another thing here is I'm going to run the struts. If you look, I'm going to run the struts from the ends of the tuning fork back to the root part here. I won't use a root part auto strut because keep in mind, if this thing docks to another vehicle and the root part is on the other vehicle because of docking vessel hierarchy, it won't run to this anymore and your vehicle will structurally act different. You don't want that. So what we'll do is this. Move that down one tick, like that. Move that down one like that. And then... how does 30 billion credits sound like? Alright. See? Another triangle. Another triangle right there. Republic credits are no good out here. I need something more real. I don't have anything else, but credits will do fine. No, they won't! No, they won't! What do you think you are, some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Tidarian. Mind tricks don't work on me. Only money. No money, no parts. No deal. We could fund this, and then when you get 95% completed, defund the program. You know, for the memes twitching, that would be really funny, but also, please don't, for the love of God, please don't do that. Please, don't do me like that. Please. I'm begging you. Okay, so we have our aft bilobe tanks, which would make up our hydrogen tanks. Now we got to work on the forward bilobe tank, which is our liquid oxygen tank on the real one. Aluminum. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. Note that there are struts that connect the hydrogen to the liquid oxygen tanks in pretty much every diagram piece of the X-37 that we look at. Demo, you like it? You like the bilobe tanks? I figured out a way. I basically made the two tanks kind of curl up and over each other, kind of like this. And I drew out hierarchies if you want to see it. That's what the hierarchy is. Blue being regular, red being auto strut. This should be a pretty damn strong tank. Well, not should be. It is a pretty damn strong tank. All right, now let's work on the forward tank. Now we got a little bit of a weird thing here. Clipping tanks, just a little bit, PY. But look, the way I see it, there's a lot of empty space right here because I'm using a bunch of different tanks. And the empty space right there makes up for the fact that they're clipping each other. I need a tank. I need tanks that look similar to this to get this thing to work correctly. Or to get it to, well, fly correctly, I guess would be the right way to say that. Oh, nice demo. Oh, okay, never mind. Thought you'd be happy to see the bilobe tanks working, but whatever, bro. So in short, strut all the things. You don't need to strut everything to everything. It's just certain things need to go to certain things. What I like doing is at the end of a hierarchical tree like this, I like strutting that to something else. So like, if you have a row of parts like this, right? Right? And then you have a row of parts that goes out here like this, right? What I like doing is putting the strut right there. Because you're creating a loop, and then what I would probably do is put struts there, there, and there. But certain parts you don't need to strut. I mean, it really depends on the vehicle. And it depends on how much force it needs to take. If you're building like a crane, literally, if you're building a crane, strut everything to everything. Yeah, that thing needs to stay strong. Because it's a crane. It lifts up heavy things. With this, you don't necessarily need struts everywhere. One, because you're trying to save mass, which really isn't that big of a deal in Kerbal, but two, you have grandparents strutting as well. Alright. Oh, that's where my crane went wrong. Okay, so now we gotta work on the second bilobe tanks here. It's not the exact shape demo, but it's good enough. Just looks weird. It'll work. I think that should work just fine. Okay, so now I'm going to work on the prototype for the forward tank, which, I mean, this is what we came up with. It's pretty straightforward stuff. How's it going? It's going all right, looking, yeah. All right, so how could we make this thing work really well? Well, we could use the bicoupler again, but I don't want to attach that there because we want most likely a fairing nose cone attached there. So how this should work is something like this. And I'll make another kind of junction piece off of here like this. So this fairing will be attached here, right? It'll be attached to this front piece. Once again, degrees of separation. From this fairing will end up being the nose cone, so that'll be at the very front of the vehicle. So it's fairing, girder segment, fairing, and then whatever's at the back of the vehicle. Like 5 degrees of separation between the front and the back. Pretty straightforward stuff. So, and I hate that they put the texture on at 90 degrees. That's annoying. All right, so now what we need is an interstage attachment node, and then I'm going to need the bicoupler again, and I'm going to make sure I'm attaching it to the right component, what I'm going to do is get a nose cone and attach a nose cone directly to the fairing, and then I'll use one of the interstage nodes with the truss segment off right there to figure that one out. And now the forward attachment node on the fairing is wide open. So now let's move this, leave that over there, temporarily move this back into position here. And this will be basically at the front bulkhead of the payload bay right here, or whatever I figure out for the payload bay. Keep in mind that in the finalized vehicle design, there's going to be some type of payload bay or some type of, it could be just an inventory thing. It could be an SEQ-24 cargo unit if we really wanted to. That could be your payload bay, and you could just put the parts in it and then build it somewhere else if you wanted to do that. If you wanted to resupply with monopropellant, you could just put a bunch of monoprop tanks in there in the SEQ if you wanted to, or just put monoprop tanks in there. Hey, yes, just got back from Costa Rica. What have you been up to this week? I killed Jeb. With a dart. Dart came down and landed, and the landing gear Kraken strike, and it killed Jeb. So chat promptly canceled the entire lunar architecture that we had going and told me to start from scratch using SSTOs. So now I'm coming up with some baseline options for that. Also, Minecraft is in full overdrive. Why were you in Costa Rica, by the way? Did you sail there, bro? We're in full overdrive, building all kinds of buildings. The shipyard's going full blast. Yeah, everything's going good, S. They took our Jeb. They took our Jeb. So, S, chat basically wanted me to bring Super Collins back into the fold, so that's what I'm doing. Jem, you really like reminding us that it didn't work. I appreciate it, man. You like I have somebody going in chat pointing out all the mistakes I was making, you dick nose. Okay, so oh, it's so cringe, dude. Wait, we canceled Dart? The board was not pleased with it, Draco, because it killed Jeb. I offered a really good pathway to get Dart up and running operationally to salvage the lunar architecture. Chat didn't have it. They canceled the program. Yeah, and it was pretty decisive, too. Like 2-1. So, you know, just good. Yeah, Cora, wasn't it more than that, dude? I'm pretty sure it was more than that. All right, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Why I'm late, you're late, don't matter. All right, so with this tank design, I need to get these tanks as far forward as I possibly can. So I'm going to move those out just a little bit and I'll draw out the hierarchy for this. The hierarchy for this is basically exactly the same. Actually, I don't think I really need to even do that. So let's just make sure that that fairing isn't staged. I don't need that popping when we I still want those dark craft files. I will offload the craft files, sure. So these will represent the internal baffling inside of the tanks, or, well, structural baffling, I should say. Nope, didn't want that. There we go. How many deadly dart failures? Just one. Well, one was enough for chat to not want that anymore. I could have made it work. We could have fixed it. But chat wanted SSTOs apparently. Okay. We have a very similar strut design here between the front tank and the aft tank. It's just one kind of tier shorter. Remove them from symmetry, and there's our finalized original tank here. We will now copy it, and I'll bring it into bring it in here like this. SSDO to the moon. No, low Earth orbit resupply style architecture is what they kind of went for. Oh, there is one more thing that I have to do. I have to make the nose cone. Yeah, half of the chat. The freaking SSTO architecture got picked by one damn vote. It was one vote difference. People were not happy. People were pretty damn salty in the chat. That's fine. Hey, it is what it is. That's affirmative. Okay. There's the finalized design for our forward nose cone. Note that it's in the fairing, and then the fairing here is going to... Oh, I gotta move the bicoupler back just a little bit. There we go. That's gonna be the front nose cone of the vehicle. There it is. Or at least something like it. Might change. Subject to change. Okay, so the other thing is now what I'm gonna do. Actually, we won't do that just yet. I need some space for a probe core, and well, probe core doesn't necessarily have to be right there, but yeah. We have some occluded area up front where we could put components if we need to, because we need to bury stuff in the front of this thing. Remember. Yeah, like nose radar. Man, you guys really want to make a big deal out of that. Look, fellas, if every vote's gonna be like this from now on, I'm just gonna pick architecture and go from there. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do it. Please. Please. Only game. Why you have to be mad? He's a nice guy. Make sure to put the struts inside of the fairing so they don't accidentally run to the wrong thing. But is it cold where you come from? Yes. Okay. Okay, I might need to just mess with this just a little bit. The reason why I'm taking the struts and bringing them out of symmetry is because the struts, sometimes when you transfer sub-assemblies over like this, it does mess them up. More than what you just saw. Nah, yeah, our guy would have fixed it. I wouldn't have been worried. We could have fixed that thing, no problem. Okay. Alright, so for our forward profile, I pretty much got it, so we don't need these rulers anymore. If I want to reuse them, we can, but they're right there. Should be okay. Alright, so now we have the entire vehicle, or all the fuel tank structures for the vehicle here. Strut the front to the back now. You got it. So, space lock. Hey! False profundity. Gifted 5 subs. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Alright. Now, Space Sloth, what do we strut to? What would you strut to? So this fairing and the bicoupler is attached to the I-beam, which is the root part. RCS batteries and antenna. Yeah, Chief, we're getting to that. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with struts here. Now, one of the struts is going to go to this tank from the fairing, okay? Once again, it really pays to sit here and think about how you're going to run these things. Very, very important. So, we'll do one here, but you know good and well that's attaching one of the forks from the tuning fork back to the root part, okay? These are strutted already to the I-beam, okay? So, they don't necessarily need to be like this, but I am going to do this for now because it's, you know, this thing is going to be under all kinds of stress during re-entry and all kinds of flying around, and then it's gonna land on it's gonna land and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, I don't want any drift on anything here at all. And parts sometimes, depending on how you dock and undock things, can move around, and I don't want that. So now I'm going to run a second set of struts right here, and we are still in mirror, and they're going to go right to the front of the other tank. And no, I'm not just doing this to copy the struts that I saw in the pictures either. They're not designed to do that. That's not how I have this set up. I'm strutting different parts of the hierarchy here. There we go. Alright, so this helps tie the whole thing back together. In fact, we might not even need these struts anymore. It might be better to attach these struts to that tank, just so we get more rigidity here. But that remains to be seen. Let's figure out the rest of it. Well, if I do this right, Rage, it should work pretty well. Honestly, it's not gonna fly very well, but I'm not expecting a Cessna 172 here, you know what I mean? This is gonna fly like the shuttle, so it'll fly fast, but the key, once again, the key with re-entry vehicles, and this is a lesson learned from Dart, is not so much how it flies down here. As long as you can pick the nose up and land on the damn runway, that's really all you need to do. So if you could turn the vehicle left to right, nose it down, and then pull up and land on the runway and not sink too far, then you're fine. Totally okay. Where hypersonic vehicles really come into their own is when you're going above 1,000 meters a second in Kerbal. Like when you're going through the fiery stuff, you need to be able to fly it, turn it, pitch it up, pitch it down, roll left, right, and maybe even do a little bit of yaw. You need to be able to surf the plasma. You can't just kind of hold it there and have it go through re-entry. That was Dart's problem. You couldn't steer it through the fiery bits. Turn it, bop it, pull it. Alright, so I have struts that are going to the decoupler here. Nice, I was able to pick up on the decoupler. You remember those commercials on TV? Well, maybe seeing a little bit of them on TV. See, the only thing I'm like not happy about is that these angles kind of suck. You know what? I won't have this go to the bicoupler, I've decided. What I'm going to do is this. So, like, okay, hear me out here, chat. When the vehicle is going up, so when we have compression load put on the vehicle this way, right? Are these gonna act are these good angles here? They're not. These need to move backwards, like that. And then these need to move inwards a little bit. Actually, you know what? I want to keep those like that. That's a better, this would be a better angle for this. But see, I got to make sure that I don't have the struts go like across this area here because there's going to be a payload bay. I'm basically making a gigantic cradle right here to be able to hold the payload bay inside. Very similar to how the space shuttle did it. The space shuttle is a giant aluminum frame with a payload bay, crew tank, and some engines bolted to this big aluminum shell. There. Yeah, see? Basically, I like to make the struts look like a space frame. And that's basically what we got going here. And the only other strut that you would want to run is from the fairing plate to the I-beam, but since it's directly attached to it, you really don't need to worry about that. What will you use for the bay? Robotics? Well, Space Sloth, I'm basically designing this so I could put whatever. We could put whatever we want in there. I could just... I mean... just put this in there. If we really want to. Sure, why not? You just gotta be careful with using payload bays because they generate lift. So, yeah, these payload bays generate lift. So when we go to scale up later, that lifting area needs to be compensated for if I use a Mark III payload bay as opposed to a Mark II payload bay. Once again, this thing is only designed to be able to move like 3 to 5 tons into space. So, you know those little mini CubeSats that I always launch? That are like a probe core, an Oscar B fuel tank, and a small engine with antennas and science equipment on it? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This thing won't, it's deploying small sat stuff. And then maybe down the road, if I think it's safe enough, crew. Yeah, I found that the body lift from angled tanks is much more than expected, making some issues with lateral stability. Yeah, well, we'll have rudders on it. We'll have rudders on it to help us with side slip. I did it! What'd you do, Bandit? Celsius, Mars helicopter completed its first one-way trip and 5th flight on Mars. It touched down, or it did it. It touched down at the new location, kicking off a new demo phase where we test this new tech and see how it can aid future missions on Mars. That's so cool. So Freedom 10 will still be used. We have 4 Freedom 10 boosters left and 2 Freedom 7s on the book. So that was funded. Anything else will require additional funding if chat really wants to. Yeah, Chief, I'm gonna have to really do some homework with this thing, man, if we wanted to move crew. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, you'll probably end up moving crew, but I really, like, it's preliminary at this point. I'm gonna have it, basically, I'm gonna test this to avoid the problems that I had with DART. One of the problems with DART was that I had to do man testing with it, similar to the space shuttle. Space shuttle had to have people in it, right? I had to do man testing with it. I'm not going to make that mistake this time around. Now these would probably do us right with just being straight like this. This'll work. Yeah, if I get it back, if I get it back, King, yeah. We'll say when I get it back. We'll go from there. All right, so. I do believe this whole thing needs to be moved up once. Yeah, to be aligned correctly. There we go. Let me just make sure that the angles on my space framed out struts here are correct. Okay. I thought this was being enclosed in a fairing. Is that not the case anymore? What is being enclosed in a fairing yard? I could. We could enclose some of it in the fairing. I'm obviously going to have a problem with the payload bay area. The body, some of it will. Some of it. All right. Okay, guys. So, fuel tanks are figured out. Now, that's our fuel tank architecture, and this thing should be extremely strong. It should be really impervious to anything. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is force this way. It might bend a little bit, but if I have like a payload bay or a skin on the top of this thing, like we put wings up on the top, or I put panels on the top and the bottom with some wings here and there to generate lift in the right spots where it would generate lift in real life, this should work just fine. But we know that this is in the ballpark. Could you make a Starship-like craft that could SSTO from Kerbin? Kerbin, is that doable in KSP? That was actually one of the options that actually was under the SSTO option, but chat wanted to do. Well, not actually, you know what? It wasn't chat, it was me. I did not want to do something like that, because Starship is hard to land in KSP. I'd rather have the runway, dude. Easier. You know why? If I land it on the runway, it has wheels and I can roll it right back to the pad. That was me. I vetoed that. I didn't want it. Okay. You have more runway to land than pad, correct. The runway is at full upgrades. It's, at least I think it is. Maybe we should. I don't know. That's kind of pending funding, Max. Okay. Now, do you think we should do some load tests on this thing? Oh, I found another spot where I should run struts. We should run a pair of struts from the fairing to these tanks. The reason why is the fairing is a couple of degrees of separation away from the tanks. It's fairing, decoupler, decoupler, tank. So a grandparent strut isn't going to get me a good cross strut right here. So I'm going to run a set of struts here.
Hey, what happened to that toilet paper from the other day?
Dude, I don't know where that ended up. I think I put it in the linen closet, but it's like under, it might be under some of the sheets that we put in there the other day.
Okay.
I think I put it on the top shelf, I think, baby, but you're gonna have to look.
Alright.
See, I would run a strut from fairing to the outer tank right here, but if I did that, guys, that's not, like, having a strut like this and then pushing down on it, it's really easy for gravity to get leverage on that, so it would be pretty much useless. This, coupled with the struts that hold the tanks together, so our tuning fork here, I basically strutted that to the fairing plate. Okay, so the fairing is right here, the decoupler is right here, and then that connects to the other decouplers like that. I basically did this. I have two struts going there to there, like that. And then this is all grandparent strutted, so that means that one is going there, and then that one's going there. And then I have this going down here to the I-beam. That's the center girder segment, and then that's the forward fairing. And then our struts look like this. Yeah, that thing is pretty damn strong. Okay, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. Pay the toilet paper bill. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that thing is way strong. It might, Yarg, it might be a good idea to put a fairing in here to, occlude, like put a 1.8 fairing in here and then basically do exactly that, like what I did with the front. But either way, this, you know, if we do this right, it really shouldn't be that big of a deal. But then again, a fairing at least going right here, or a fairing going straight right here, having two of them right there should be a good idea. Oh cool, night launch. Targeting Sunday, May 9th at 2:42 a.m. EDT for the launch of 60 Starlink satellites. This will be the 10th flight for a Falcon 9 rocket booster supporting this mission. Alright, so Rocket Guy, what kind of tests do we do on tanks? We do compression load tests, right? Pressurization tests. Do they do shear load tests for tanks? I don't think they do. She purdy? Thanks, PB. You found it, Bree? Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I'll wait for Rocket Guy to type it out. Need axial transverse loads, max loads. Okay, Rocket Guy. What do you think of Elon hosting SNL? It's gonna be a little weird. Don't they shake the crap out of the tanks as well? So LV5, tank, testing. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is reroute. We're going to reroute to that, and then guess what? Now we just have the tank test article here. What do you think of Sierra Space advertising when Elon is hosting SNL? That's wicked funny, actually. That's a really smart idea. Alright, so we need to make a rig for compressive load testing. So axial and transverse. So axial would be this way. Transverse would be that way. And then how would we make an oscillator? How would we do oscillatory loads? I don't think we need to test torsion, Hellfish. This thing is from, I mean, with the auto struts, if you look, this thing is pretty dang strong. The only thing I'm like, I distinctly see, like, okay, the regular struts make up where the auto struts aren't. See that? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, that's good. I like that. Well, rip the leaders. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Oh, what? Why did that guy go up high? What the hell is his spotter telling him? Oof. What about the side fumbling? Well, we have to effectively prevent it. I mean, I should probably test each tank individually, but SN16 is fully stacked. Cool. How are we going to test that, Rocket Guy? Let's think. How would we do this? Alright, so we need this thing inside of a... I don't know. Can we have a load cell, I guess? They were pushing the front row from behind and lift both trucks. Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to do this a little bit differently. So, we're going to do load testing on the tanks tonight, okay? I mean, we should get a baseline cost, but if I don't do this now, I won't. Mike Sheets has it, man. What is this? SpaceX is preparing to go for a 10th record launch. Yep. Phil, we got the 10th flight of the booster. The booster will be... Yep, 10 missions, man. I wonder if they're just going to keep using it, because Falcon 9, I think... I'm pretty sure the 10 flights on the booster was an estimate. Well, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah. We got to make a test stand. And now, so, okay, what should we... So, you know what we should do? We should make a test stand. And then I should make the test stand so I have... I should make the test stand so I have to load this thing in there. So, you know what I'm going to do with this thing? This will help me with integration down the road. So here's what I'm going to do. know what? We'll roll out with our first prototype test article for this program. If, well, not if, when... Okay, save. So, let's look at this. How would we pick this up? If I design each part of the process as I go, we can figure out better places to do integration from, and that'll make it so by the time this thing comes around, by the time I need to put it on a pad or something, we basically, the integration's already done. Love the KSP design streams. Thanks, Broke. I'm glad you like it. Alright, so we want to obviously not test with fuel in it. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. The structural design doesn't change when there's fuel in the tanks or not, because it's Kerbal. In real life, it would because of pressures. So, because of pressures in the tank, so structurally the rocket would react differently. So, we need to make a test stand that we could put this chassis onto. And I'm actually going to make the test stand, and then I'm going to roll this chassis to the stand, and we'll do tests that way. So, do we want to put landing gear on this just yet? No. We obviously don't want to do that. So, agreed. Learning a lot from this design stream. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm glad you guys like it. So, where's our center of mass? I'm going to put a COM indicator on here using a flag. We'll use a flag, and we will put the center of mass indicator right there. There we go. Do I have... I wonder if we have anything resembling... Ah, yes, that's right. Predominant made the checkered stuff for me and the color flags. Yes. Yes. Excellent. That's our center of mass indicator right there, the checkers. Perfect. Hi, what are you doing? I'm doing load tests on a new type of vehicle that I'm designing, CP. What I like to do is I like to take elements from how real spacecraft are made and apply those in Kerbal. One, to see if it works, and two, to teach people. So I need to go about now making a rig for this thing. For our tank testing vehicle here, I need to go make a rig that looks something like this. For load testing. See this right here? This is what NASA used to test SLS's hydrogen tank. It's basically a big hydraulic press. Yeah. So they put the tank in there, they mounted the tank on the base plate, and then this piece up here moves down. It's a gigantic hydraulic press, and they crushed the tank. It was actually pretty rad when it happened. See, the freaking thing split wide open. See? They hydraulic pressed the damn tank to see where its load limits were. This is a weird vehicle that I'm designing, man. It's a weird one. So, what I'm going to do... Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. Life has many tanks, Ed boy. Nice, Thomas. There you go. Need more coffee, but it's getting late. What I'm going to do is I basically need to make something similar to this. It doesn't need to look like that, and it's probably not going to be as crazy as that actually is. But we need to find a way to exert load on the vehicle. I mean, we could just have hydraulics that just push down or push up on the vehicle. Well, no, we want to push down to simulate compression load. Kickback jail. Isn't Boeing repairing that tank for Artemis 3? That's not... No, not that one. That one was a sacrificial tank for the most part. So CP, that's what I'm up to right now. I like to build rockets in KSP. Like, dude, I take it way too seriously. I'm not gonna lie. I like to build rockets in KSP like I would build, like they build rockets in real life. At least to an extent where we could... Why not just put it vertical and have empty fuel tanks on the top, then fill them? We could also do that, but how do we know how much load we're exerting on the vehicle, Mason? Honest question. Well, actually, it would just be the mass. Derp. Mason, the other thing is that the reason why I want to do it this way and the reason why I want to be able to load it inside of the testing article, load it inside of a test stand, is because I want to... In the past, when I've engineered vehicles, like I engineered Dart, and then I built all the equipment for it after. I want to get some experience in integrating the vehicle here without actually building out the entire vehicle. Where does it... Like, and these load tests will help me know where I could pick the vehicle up from in the future if I want to put down integration points. Thanks, CP. We could have an engine. I was just thinking hydraulics would be easier. I'll just put some kind of plate up at the top, like the nose cone jail. Oh, look, it auto-populated there. Like the SpaceX nose cone jail, we'll just do something like that, and then we could just pull down on it. We just need to build something like this, but I want to make it so I can load it in. That's what that thing is. It's a cap to show load. All right. So, this is our current route part. So where do we want... We obviously want to pick it up from the center of mass, right? Alright, so another thing... I don't know, lulz. I'm not sure. So I need to make sure that this docking port is lined up exactly with that center of mass. So I'm going to turn on my center of thrust indicator here. We're going to move the center, we're going to move the engine up there, and then just make sure that we're on the axis here. There we go. Okay, so now I can get rid of the engine. I use the center of thrust indicator as an arrow. So there's one of our integration points. Yeah, as Chad had a whole big thing about that. So ideally, how would we want to pick this up? If I needed to get this thing vertical, right, we could take the thing, move it upright like that, right? Maybe we shouldn't do this just yet. Maybe this would be something that would be more suited for actual, like, when we get funding for the project, because I got to build out a test stand. I don't want to do that just yet. So, you know what? I'm going to leave this craft file, and we'll keep building out the rest of the vehicle. I'm sorry, guys. I hope we're gonna keep yawning. I didn't get much sleep last night, but I'll be okay. All right, so let's keep going, and we'll build kind of more of a mock-up here to see what this thing needs to look like. All right. So let's take a look at the X-33. Okay, so it kind of tapers off here at the end, and then there's a wing. We have dihedrals, and then the body flaps. Hey, Rocket Guy, why are the body flaps only on the outside of the X-33? Is there a I mean, obviously there is a specific reason. I'm just not exactly sure what it is. Let me see. I'm wondering if I could guess. Oh god, I'm manually breathing because of all this stupid yawning. Wow, that's a really nice model. Mostly roll control and avoid the aero spikes. So if they put a body flap right here, the heat from the aero spikes would be melting it, or do they just not need to put a body flap right there because the boundary layer doesn't hit the aero spike nozzle? No, 619. I actually have to. I was reading about him last night, and I think I figured it out, but I didn't get much sleep, so that memory didn't cache. Well, there's no room. Yep, there's the umbilicals right there. Okay. Aerospike takes up the entire area. Oh man, how are we gonna do that with the shuttle engines, dude? Jeez. All right. Well, let's figure out engine mounts either way. So. What I'm going to do, we're going to go into structure, and I might be able to use another bicoupler here, so interstage nodes. So at the back of the X-33, there's a gigantic flat plate. That flat plate, see it right here? Where it says to aerospike, like linear aerospike base thing? Alright, here's a good one. There's a big flat plate back here. The flat plate is to mount the aerospike engines. Now we're not using aerospike engines, we're using shuttle engines. Now, I'm fairly confident that that is... Yep, they'll hit each other. We don't want that. Hey, Zany, what's going on? And I always like to leave some room for the engine's the RS-25's turbine machinery. So, like, the engine would be mounted in here, but I'm not sure I like the bicoupler because these are too close. They're too close to each other. Now, we could just move them out just a little bit, but also I think it would be good to have reusable engines, or I was about to say I could have removable engines, but what the heck would removing an engine be? Like, what would that be for? Why would they hit each other? They won't both point inward. Well, I was thinking if one is gimbaling and the other's straight, but then again, I can't really think of a scenario where I would need to do that, but... Rocky, yeah, you think that's good? I mean, I think putting them out here and then tying in some of the engine, this whole thrust structure plate that we're making here, tying it into the main mounting points for the fuel tank would give us better load distribution. But once again, we're still just kind of mocking up stuff. The quad coupler might be a little too tall, Behangs. Would moving them further apart make it more stable? I like further apart, but that's just me. Better roll authority. Agreed. I was gonna say, it would be... So, okay, here, I'll talk this one through with you guys. So, what I would ultimately like to do is something like this. Now, here, I can't remember the exact reason why I want to do this, but I like always having a node attachment point for the engine. So something like this. I basically want these shuttle engines to be right at the edge of the control surface that will ultimately be right here. Now, the reason why I like doing this is because I don't like having to go and manually place engines. If something happens and an engine breaks off, I mean, Jeb forbid, that would suck because we'd be 20 G's in the hole because shuttle engines are expensive. I could always get a bunch of Kerbals and we could put a docking port right here and have our engines mounted via a docking port or something. Like, we could do something. I don't necessarily want reusable engines, but that could work. Now, but it would be interesting to do this way. Now that what I'm wondering here is, what's our hierarchy looking like? So we got fairing, this piece. If we grandparent strut that piece, it's going to the main girder segment, which is that piece right there. Then these pieces, if those are grandparent strutted, they're going to the fairing. That grandparent strut is more of a straight line left to right. Not too incredibly gung-ho about that. Ding, 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 ding. I got something. Listen. I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening. Fairings for an engine mount. That way, the thrust structure, we can tie the fairings in here, and then we can strut the fairings. Oh, yeah, that's going to be really strong. Quick sit rep. Front panel connector somehow broke. Can't solder it at the moment. Jumping it didn't work so far. Okay. Yeah, Just Space, this is a hard one. It's definitely challenge mode, but it's okay. I don't want to use SAS modules, Revril. I don't like putting gyroscopes on vehicles that don't need it. This wouldn't have that big of a gyroscope on it. Really, it would just be enough to compensate any cosine loss from RCS thrust, just like a regular spacecraft. Satellites are the ones that have the big gyros on them, but I still don't like that. I'd rather just have heading hold, dude. It's more pro strat. More pro strats, bro. But see, now what I'm thinking is when we go to test the engine structure, well, we could test the engine plate separately, but no, we don't need to do that. We're doing what NASA refused to do. That's right, man.
Should we wait until tonight?
So the engine mounts will be fairings, and the fairings are a closed fairing. So any part that has the center of mass inside of that closed fairing is actually going to be strutted. It'll be auto-strutted, because fairings like doing auto-struts like that. So the other thing, now the next thing that we need to do is I need to get at this strut, and we need to make sure that if I ever sub-assembled this thing, that these struts would be inward like that. Inside of the fairing. Like that. Same with these ones. Now, unfortunately, that means we might be getting rid of our 45 degree. You know what? It might work. Wait, where's the backwards facing struts? Did I only do that on one side or something? No, they're just not there. Huh. I had another set of struts that went backwards from here. Did I lose it? No, it's just gone. Yes, Ryan. No deadline yet, Dr. Death. I'm going to basically give everybody here a base cost. I'm going to try to come up with some kind of idea of what the thing is, how much the thing's going to run us. And then go from there. And we'll fund that however we see fit. So, give me the rest of the week to kind of figure out a baseline here, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, that back set of struts that I made is just not there. Are they there in this? Whoa. Maybe I didn't save it or something? Tank testing. Is it here? Like the hell of a day to stop sniffing glue. Huh. Well, that's bizarre. It's not there. It's gone. Well, chat gives me objectives, Argo. I come up with the solutions, except for like very general stuff. So that's why with the choices that you voted on was like SSDO, SSDO reusable, 2-stage to orbit, partial or full reuse, 2 separate launch vehicles, heavy and super heavy with the possibility for reuse. Like I tried to, or just one single heavy duty vehicle with partial to full reuse. I leave it kind of open. But you guys, it's very clear that you guys want SSTO reusable. Like that's the style that we're going here. So something like Venture Star or SCRV or Skylon or something like that. So I'm going to try Venture Star. I've never built a Venture Star that works. Every time I went to try to build one, I think the last time I tried to do something like this was 2016, 2015, somewhere around there, and it sucked. It looked like a big cheese wedge, and it ended up flying backwards. It's also the reason why, EJ panels are a thing, because I covered the ship entirely with panels because I wanted to sculpt my own body lines for it. Turns out that makes it really, really not aerodynamic. But then again, they have redone the aerodynamics multiple times since I've tried to do that. You wanted SCRV, Juice Bot? Yeah. Yeah, SCRV, we can do it. Yeah, Super Collins. Mm-hmm. That's what it was. Okay. Alright, so now what we need to do is I need to go in here like this. And I need to take... I didn't like that. But it let me run them backwards, so... These struts need to be at a more of a vertical angle because the engine's going to be pushing up on it, and we need it to be able to well, not quote unquote, we need it to be able to absorb it. So something like this, like a 60-degree angle almost. Yeah, that's good. Man, this brings me back, guys. This brings me back to when I was, brings me back to when I was building out Super Collins. Or not Super Collins, building out my shuttle for the last mission mode. The reason why is because I started with my shuttle. The reason why it flies so well is because I went through all the those were not aligned. Okay, cool. I found something that wasn't right. This wasn't exactly straight. That's good. I went through all the testing, guys, and keep in mind the testing took me months, but I'm way better at figuring out what tests need to be done, i.e. I know a little bit more about how to space. So, yeah, it's not going to take 6 months to get at least some flight action going here. It's really not. Maybe this thing wants to re-enter butt first. Then I certainly hope not. You know what? I don't think we need these. It'll be alright. Alright, cool. FY, the stream... New Pathways Part 1, SSTO Design Prototyping, Mission Mode Part 139, Friday Night Racing 4-5 After Hours. Thank you. I just decided that there's a 5 here because I fat-fingered the R key and hit 5 on the keyboard instead. Alright. No, Rage. Vertical takeoff, horizontal landing. Like the space shuttle. Only no boosters. Just up into space, come down like the shuttle, land on the runway. Venture Star was crazy. It was a crazy good idea, I should say. Cool. Hey, Rocket Guy, when you're testing, like, if we were going, okay, so, like, okay, if we were going to test this, right? We're going to test this, right? And I was going to do longitudinal load testing, right? Where would I plop this thing down? You'd want to plop it down on its launch plate, right? Like, you'd use would you use, like, something that's like the launch thrust structure? Like, that holds it to the pad, or what? Like, would I have... that makes sense. You know, like, if we were going to do load testing, where would I anchor it to the bottom? I would just say, I would probably think the integration port, right? Like... Hey, Predominant, what's up, brother? How you doing? I still gotta play your game, my dude. Good man, loving the SSTO design. It's gonna be difficult, dude. But I think we can do it. I agree, Demo. Alright, well there's our... there. And I might be able to use this as a plate for attaching, because the engines aren't directly in the center of this thing now, are they? Might be better to just... It might be better to integrate the fairing into this design. I'm gonna probably not use the fairings for the thrust structure and figure out something else initially, but yeah, they're including the back tanks, exactly, RJ. Yeah, but I need to redesign these tanks to have the fairing on this and not part of the thrust structure, but I'll keep going with our baseline here. I'll keep going with the baseline and we'll figure it out from there. So I'm gonna switch this over to baseline. I was gonna put, yeah, we'll just put baseline. So this is the Biconic RV prototype baseline cost assessment. And we'll keep the prototype craft file separate here, and then boom. All right, so now what I'm gonna do, now what we'll do is just bye-bye. And now this part might be a little bit on the aesthetic side, guys, but just bear with me, okay? Once again, I'm just going to sculpt something out here. This is kind of just to make it look nice and to give us kind of a baseline and what the vehicle could look like, etc., etc. So we're going to go down here. Why is it asking me to overwrite the stupid thing every time? Ugh. Is something... Did I break something? Negative scaling in the hierarchy. Most likely coming from fairings. No, it has something to do with the modular girder segment. Unable to invert surface node on modular girder segments. Set it to center of the part. The effective box size has been force positive and is likely to give an unexpected collision geometry. Okay. If you absolutely need to use negative scaling, you can use the convex mesh ladder scene hierarchy. Truss piece 3x, strut cube. It inverted the collider. Why would it do that? Cube strut. 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 One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Interesting. I changed the route. Yeah. Here, let's see if we can route part to there. Yeah, it still asks me to overwrite. Something with making the modular... Kerbal didn't like something with making the modular... Kerbal didn't like something with making the modular girder segment a root part. I mean, it's something to take into account that the girder segment, for whatever reason, doesn't enjoy being a root part, but it's fine. We'll just... We'll go back over here and we'll just kind of roll with it. Okay, no, reloading fixed it. I'm good with pods and shuttles, but SSDOs you just can't seem to get working right. Yeah, I know what you mean. So here's what we're gonna do. Give me the rocket guy panels here. Good old rocket guy panels. Actually, yeah, this should be good. Hi, rocket guy. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a line of panels like this. And I like flipping them 90 degrees to make sure they attach on the center attachment panels, because sometimes if you do this and you go to rotate the piece, look, see where it's rotating from? It attached on the wrong node. I like making sure that these are attached on the center. Alright, that should be enough right there. So now what we'll do, grandparent part, grandparent part, grandparent part. I should have set grandparent part before I duplicated them so they would all duplicate with grandparent part flag on, but it's okay. Now, just... Now, let's take a look at the belly of this thing. If we can find a good belly shot. Huh, that'll work. It's actually pretty flat. Okay. I thought this would be like the shuttle where it kind of bows down, but no, it's pretty flat. Yeah, pretty flat, except for the front, which is concave. Man, Rocket Guy, yo, and just chat in general, this thing is way ahead of its time. Like, dude, this would be, look, like aluminum lithium LOX tank, carbon composite hydrogen tanks, like, you know, metallic heat shields, aerospike engines. Dude, this would be cutting edge by today's standards, which is just nuts to me. Like, guys, this is cutting edge. Like, if there was a startup company that was like, yeah, we're gonna make this today, and there was no venture start prior, I'd be like, wow, dude, that only could be made right now. Just like Electron or Falcon 9 could only be made like right now. Like this is from 20 years ago, man. 25 years ago for the baseline config, which is just nuts to me. Yeah. Ness, Rocket Guy, you want to start a small sat launching company that makes a SSDO biconic reentry vehicle? You want to do this? Yeah, 619, 25 years ago. Carbon composite hydrogen tanks, aluminum lithium, stir-welded bilobe tanks, aerospike engines. Way ahead of its time. Let's do it. All right, how? How do we do this? How do we make this? How do I work this? And you may ask yourself, how does this beautiful thing work? First, register the LLC. Oh, okay. Oh, loads of money? Eh. It shouldn't be too bad. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know why I just said that shouldn't be too bad. That's gonna be really that would be really difficult to do. EJ, just tell us something you don't know here. Racing in 1.5 hours? Oh, that's cool. Firefly Gamma. Yeah, I forgot about that, huh? GoFundMe. Yeah, Nuclear, that's right. How do I become a part of this? I don't know, man. We would need to get funding, but see, the thing is, the X-33, I think, is Lockheed proprietary. I don't think this is... It's Lockheed proprietary. I don't think we can just go source the plans from NASA's, like, NASA has a department that's in their... NASA's department is taking, like, NASA ideas and giving them to companies. I don't think we could do that. I'm pretty sure it's Lockheed. The composite tanks are Lockheed's proprietary technology. All right. All right. So here's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna bring back the good old triangle wing tessellation trick here. Oh, this thing. Crap. How's that fairing placed? Oh, it's 45 degrees. I turned the stupid fairing plate because I made a rude part. Oh my goodness. That's why, that's what was giving us all those problems. Got it. That should rerouting to the girder segment should fix that. Let me just double check it. Yep. Okay, cool. Predominant. Yeah, I think, yeah, we'll go. Actually, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Yuck, 74-month resub, dude. Thank you. All right, yeah, we'll just baseline this. All right, thanks. I'm going to get some exercise before the race. Just wanted to be sure I had enough time. Yeah. We'll go. We'll be back here sometime a little bit past. So, 45 minutes minimum, an hour maximum, okay? Thanks, man. I was just looking at X33 and I found this. The X33 hypersonic aerodynamic characteristics. Yeah, interesting demo. Okay, yeah, let's get to the pictures. Just kidding. Only a little bit. Comparison and measured and predicted normal force coefficient for Mach 6 and 10. Measured and predicted. Interesting. That's really not a lot of deviation there from these projections. Axial force coefficient is actually getting a little bit of a delta there. So the dotted line is basically what they thought it was going to do, and then the solid line is what it's actually doing. That's a little bit of a deviation. Whoa. Comparison of measured and predicted pitching moment coefficient for Mach 6 and Mach 10. Yeah, they got that very wrong. Body flap control authority. Actually, most of this is actually pretty right. It looks like from this data here, if I'm looking at this correctly, that the vehicle would be extremely susceptible to pitching up, pitching moment. You have, meaning that, okay, you ever fly something in Kerbal and it likes to go nose up or it likes to go nose down? Yeah, that's pitching moment. It's not much deviation, but this doesn't even match their projections. The dotted line and the solid line are two separate experiments at two separate Mach levels. The squares and circles are the CFD analysis. Oh, yep. Mach 6 EXP, Mach 10 EXP. Yeah, okay, I'm not looking at this exactly right. So, Rocket Guy, alright, let's make sure EJ's not crazy. Alright, so, based on what so M6 CFD, Laura, and Gasp. I don't know what that means. Hold on. I gotta go up here. It's probably defined up here in the PDF somewhere. Whatever. Let's just keep going. So... Okay, this is... No, okay. This isn't comparing what they thought it was going to do. Okay, so you're comparing 6 to 10 here, and then, yeah, that's the CFD. Okay, yeah, okay, I got it. Sorry, I can't read. So, Rocket Guy, you're telling me that this comparison of pitch moment coefficient for 4.636 and 10. Oh, idiot. So, at 10, if I'm looking at this right, at Mach 10, you're going to have negative moment. So it's going to want to nose down at Mach 10. And then as you get closer to transonic, it's going to want to nose up. Am I looking at this right? I'm actually asking, am I reading this correctly? It's varying pitch angle. So this is the effective moment, all right? So this is how much, if it wants to be able to, if it wants to pitch up or pitch down. At higher speeds, this thing would be susceptible to, okay, no, 0 is right there. I'm an idiot. So it would always want to pitch up. At Mach 10, it wouldn't want to pitch up as much. So it would want to pitch up in the, around Mach 5, you'd be really, would want to do this. This is all the same Mach with different AOA. Interesting. They're comparing two different models and experimental at two different Mach numbers. Off topic, but have you seen the Mars Viking landing engines? They're really funny looking. No. That's interesting. So at higher angles, right? At higher angles, you have less pitching moment. Also look at the bottom right on P. P12, okay. Measured body flap control authority relative to repeatability of Mach 6 and Mach 10 experimental data. They're all on NASA. NASA has all this stuff. See, it's NTRS. ntrs.nasa.gov. No, that's page 11. You're 11. Oh, okay. You can see that even a negative 5 degree AOA, it still wants to pitch up. Well, that's because of the... Rocket guy, that's because you have a huge amount of surface area down here, right? Basically, the thing will turn into a gigantic speed brake. Yeah, lots of body lift. Last. That's definitely strange. Yeah, okay. That's cool, man. Effective Mach number and shock density ratio on predicted pitch moment. This is cool. I like going in here and crunching the data. And, you know, like, yeah, being able to take this and, like, visualize in your head what that actually freaking means, that's cool, man. I mean, Rocky, I don't know, man. I'm not, you know, I'm from the outside looking in when it comes to this stuff, dude. But, yeah, you know, I didn't read this one right, but you know, after you guys explained it, after you explained it, I understand what this means. I get it. Basically, big aerofoil wants to pitch up because big aerofoil is lots of surface area. Big aerofoil is big. Where did they do this testing? I'll bet you it's Ames. Let's go up to the top. Nope. Lockheed Martin Engineering and Sciences, Hampton, Virginia. Hampton, Virginia, Langley Research Center. They're using a .007 scale model of the X-33 604B0002G configuration. So that's their version number right there. Oh, this is cool. Look, oh yeah, angle of side slip in degrees, angle of attack. You have delta C, increment and pitch moment coefficient. this is cool. This is cool, man. Are these public documents? Yeah, of course. Most of NASA's stuff is public documents, dude. Yeah. Rocket Guy, how do we get our hands on this? And there's their testing criteria for each test. Mach 6 tunnel, Mach 10, Mach 20 in helium. They're using, ooh, interesting. All right, back to work. All right. Now we sculpt. How do you even do a Mach 6 tunnel? Just put it behind a turbojet? Welcome to how wind tunnels work, lulz. No, they use a big frigging fan. A big fan, but you want to make sure that see, here's the trouble with wind tunnels, dude. So if you have a big fan that's pushing air onto something, right? You're not getting laminar flow. So the fan is buffeting out the air. And that's how a fan moves air in the first place, right? So with a wind tunnel, it's a little bit more complicated than you think. It's not just a fan blowing on something yeah, you know what I mean. It's not just a fan blowing on something, right? You can't do that way. You have to move the air, but it has to be laminar flow. It has to be undisrupted. So how do you do that? Wind tunnels are cool, man. Can you play the Minecraft music disc? Sure, why not? Why not, dude? I mean, I don't see why, but alright. Actually, I have no idea. Oh, there you go, fun sister. Suck. So they have a fan that blows wind around a corner, and then there's vanes. There's stators inside of the wind tunnel to stabilize the air and get it to go straight and not be turbulent. Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's gigantic stators. We're talking about wings inside of a wind tunnel that are as tall as a 2 to 3 story building. Here, I'll show you it real quick. Wind tunnel stators. Oh, the stators are curved, by the way. See? Last, it's how you do scaling. Non-dimensionalization and scaling of Navier-Stokes equations. The incompressible Navier-Stokes momentum equation is written as what's that one again? The non-dimensionalization is what allows other fluids to be used in place of air. That's really cool, man. So rho is the density, P is pressure, V is the kinematic viscosity. Okay. It's a nice way of saying how it splashes. And U is flow velocity, G is the body acceleration of gravity. Cool, nuclear. Partial derivative. Average mom. Your hair. No more mullet. If SN15 landed, I said I'd get rid of it, so I did. I said specifically a crew cut, so we got a nice Gene Krantz going on over here. This is some pretty intense stuff. I know not a lot of people that never managed to figure this out during your fluids class. So, okay, demo. Let's just, and once again, you tell me. I might not be saying this right. Learned about this stuff this semester in your fluids class. Okay, so you're telling me that you can scale arrow. So like you could use a subscale demonstrator, and then you can figure out the difference using math between the subscale and the big scale, and then using the subscale with this Navier-Stokes equation, you can not only sub out the whatever you're using for wind tunnel testing, but you can actually figure out how different it would be between a bigger version and a smaller version, right? Now, my question is, well, and this might be way too generalized for this, is if I'm going to throw my hat into the ring and guess, this probably makes a big difference depending on what you're doing. But is there like a unified scale, or does it like, okay, so say if I have like a cube that's 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters and I put that in a wind tunnel, right? And then I have a cube that's 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters. What's the scale difference there? I mean, basically, yes, you're literally removing the units from everything to find the relationship between the sizes. So, would a cube that has double the surface area make double the... What scale is it using? That's what I'm asking. Is it logarithmic, exponential, linear? What are we talking about here? Cool, Kyron. That's really cool. Dimensionless quantity. Technically, if you had a scale model and you match the Reynolds number and the Mach number with what the real thing would be, the aerodynamics will work in the same way. Cool. Frickin' aerodynamics, dude. Fascinating, Just Space. It's fascinating. That's so damn cool. I should go to school for this. We should go learn this. Just Space, you know, you in touch with any recruiters at your place of schooling? It's just down the road from me. That'd be really nice. I don't think they want anything to do with me though. Reynolds number is always key. What is Reynolds number? What does that mean? I'm just Googling it. Let me see. Reynolds number, RE, helps predict the flow patterns in different fluid flow situations. At low Reynolds numbers, flow tend to be dominated by laminar sheet flow, while at high Reynolds numbers, flow tends to be turbulent. Oh, it's the scale for grading laminar versus turbulent flow? I mean, of course that's a thing. Why isn't it? I'll try. You do look like you're 20. I don't know nothing about computers. My mom got one. She put a couple of games on it. You always want high Reynolds numbers. Okay, all right. Idiot EJ question time. And yes, this is me. This would be me in school nowadays. If I'm confused on something, I don't give a crap if it wastes everybody else's time. I'm gonna ask as many questions as I think I need to. So let me try to let me figure out application here. So, okay, you said, well, one is not the right word. You always deal with high Reynolds numbers. So what would have a low Reynolds number? A tank shell or a bullet? That would have a low, like a rifle cartridge. That would have a low a low Reynolds number, right? Because it's not a lot of, it's not moving a lot of air out of the way, right? Now the space shuttle probably has an ungodly high Reynolds number, right? Because the back of the damn thing is flat. It creates turbulent flow like you would not believe, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's doing that all the time. The Reynolds number at hypersonic speeds for the shuttle could be low because everything changes all the frigging time. Because flying at 100,000 feet going Mach 25 is not the same as at flying at 1,000 feet going 200 miles an hour, right? Turbulent juice. That'd be cool, Bram. I'd do it. Reynolds number is a definition of the flow, not the object. Okay, high Reynolds equals turbulent. Reynolds number is the properties of the fluid, not the object. Oh, okay. All right. So we're not talking. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, I'm confusing like 4 or 5 different things, aren't I? Yep. RV 30-month resub. Cool. Yeah, I should probably brush up on all this stuff before I, Did you get a haircut? Did I get a haircut? No. No, I didn't. No haircuts here. Reynolds number is the density velocity. Okay, so you have the density. So Reynolds number equals the density times velocity times length divided by the bulk viscosity, or RE equals V times L under V. So velocity times length under the kinematic viscosity. Yeah, okay. It's a freak gasoline accident, chat. It was a freak gasoline accident. Orange mocha frappuccino. Put it the jitterbug. Wow, jitterbug. I love this. Rikus, Marcus, and Tyrese were like brothers to me. No, I don't mean brothers like family, but brothers in the way that other people use it. Are you gonna go live with a rocket? Average Mom? Yeah, wait, Average Mom, are you Average Joe's mom? Is that it? Am I understanding this correctly? Am I understanding what's going on here? Cool. Where's Joe? Upstairs? Oh, tell him I said hi. Obviously. Hey, wait, why isn't he watching this? Wait, whoa. I had to tell him about your hair. Oh. Why isn't he watching the stream? Homework? Oh, word. Good. Tell him I said work harder. Can we do that? Is that doable? Okay? Cool. Yeah. Tell him I said work harder. Yeah, do that. It'll be awesome. It'll be funny, I swear. I think I got the black lung pop. Tell him I said get the homework done, or I'll come up there with a belt. That's not gonna happen. Get the work done. Come up there with a dang old belt. Last, okay. Do you want me to DM you links to my textbooks and stuff sometimes? You can get the PDFs online for free easily. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Okay, I told him via Discord. You know what? I'm gonna tell him via Discord too. Wait, I don't think I have. Dang it, his Discord name is different. Just saw the Starling train overhead. Nice, nice. I forget what his name is on Discord. It's not Average Joe, or is it? I don't know. Let's type in Joe. Ah. Work harder. I don't even know if this is Joe, but I'm gonna send it anyway. This could be just a random person named Joe, in which case this is about to get really weird. Oh, it's half Joe. Yes, I got it right. Work harder. Do it in all caps. Now, that was with caps and italics, so how about do it with caps in bold? Yeah. He's not replying to me. Oh well. Am I the only one that finds parents communicating with their kids via Discord really weird? I mean, I have text conversations with my dad, and I'm talking with my dad all the time. It's mostly about space and sports. But yeah. You're running the gas farm right now? Cool. Alright, so this isn't going to be a finalized thing here, guys. So, I'm just going to kind of work on my panel TPS here. Texting in Discord is totally different. I mean, I suppose. So guys, I want to build this thing out with my kind of stupid idea about a transmission that not only applies inverse reactive current in the use of unilateral phase detract. What? Sorry, that's something else. Sorry, I haven't gotten that far in the tech tree. Oh, okay, that's all right. That's fine. So once again, I'm trying to just give us a baseline here. So this is mostly building just to make it look nice. I can do a different version. How do you get it to rotate so sensitively? Move your mouse further away. Move your mouse further away. So whenever I want to fine tune something, I click it and then I go out here. The further you are away, the better. Yeah. Come on, guys. Don't tell me you didn't know that. You didn't know that, did you? Okay. Alright. Yep. Yeah, that's how you do that. Gunny, what's up, man? In the context of who can use the technology, I don't think texting and Discord are really that different. I agree with the Gunneth one. But yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, your point is with parents with Discord. That's just a little. That's. I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. That just tells me that average Joe's mom is cool. That's cool. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. I don't know how I'd feel if my parents were on Discord. I'm not sure how to feel about that. So this is how you sculpt rockets. Whoa, deja vu. Nothing, I just had a little bit of deja vu. They changed something. We're trapped. I don't want this. We want this one. Wait, this is a rocket? X-33, Gunny. Yeah, it's a rocket. It's basically what happens if you took the space shuttle and the external tank and just shoehorned them into one thing. This is called the X-33. It's a biconic single-stage to orbit re-entry vehicle. And it was a Lockheed prototype designed from the 2000s, early 2000s. So back when we were in, might as well have been freaking Stone Age, but back when you and I probably would have been in about middle school, something like that. It was a really interesting idea because it used an aerospike engine, the linear aerospike engines, which is basically a rocket nozzle that's been inverted. Seriously, it's just a nozzle, but you have little tiny rocket engines pushing the flames up against an inverted nozzle. You do this well, not you do this. The idea here with this is that you would, you'd be efficient at all altitudes, so you wouldn't need an upper stage engine or a first stage engine. You could just use one engine the entire way. It's like bike-conic. Got him. So the X-33 was a subscale demonstrator. It was going to fly up to like 100,000 feet and then come back down and land. Very similar to actually, it's kind of similar to what SN-15 was going to do, only swap out the flip and burn landing with just a landing on a runway. He was going to do something very similar to that.
Discovery.
Those weird fuel tanks ended up being a little bit of its demise. It was funded by NASA, and then it got canned because they had problems with the seams on these bilobe fuel tanks. The fuel tanks are like two cylindrical tanks, like in a Y shape almost. And they had problems with the seams. Because these hydrogen tanks were carbon composite, or not carbon composite, they were carbon fiber. Carbon fiber hydrogen tanks. Dude, 20 years ago, Lockheed was way ahead of its time. And then aluminum lithium friction stir welded bilobe LOX tank up at the front, it was way ahead of its time. Like, look at these tanks. That's ridiculous. Jaeger, 29-month resub. Will you be streaming watching Elon on SNL tomorrow? I can't stream SNL, but yeah. You know what the messed up part is, Gunny? They canned the project because they had, they had delamination right there on the seam and fractures right there. And that ultimately really Chevy Corvaired the project, or unsafe at any speed the project, I should say. But Lockheed actually ended up fixing it like a month after they got canned in an effort to try and keep the project going. And yeah, they were like, nah. Lockheed proved that this could work. There's nothing saying that this couldn't work. Which is just really annoying. Yeah, I'll take really annoying. So, chat, per my mission mode rules, dude, wanted me to build an SSTO, so I figured this might be a good place to start because I like Lockheed. Lockheed's pretty cool. Lockheed's pretty dope. Lockheed, more like Dopeheed. Goat 'em. Yeah, it's a cool vehicle, Squall, for sure. So, once again, what I'm trying to do, guys, is just get a baseline here. I'm trying to just put together something that would look nice. It's basically, if you guys watched the Dream Chaser presentation from the other day, you know they had that little inflatable thing? The inflatable Dream Chaser? The inflated chaser? Yeah, it's basically that. Do you think the N1 getting canned was a smart decision? Surrendering any type of capability or any type of program where you're more than like 30% of the way into development and production is stupid in the applications of spaceflight. That's really dumb. Because if you're past 30%, you're probably a couple $1 billion in the hole. You should probably, I don't know, not cancel the program. Like the Ford Pinto. Hey, the Pinto wasn't a bad idea, all right? Yeah, but it got a bad reputation because one idiot brake slammed or brake tapped somebody and it rear-ended them and just the Pinto. What happened with the Pinto is the same thing that happens with that people are doing with Tesla nowadays. You know, oh, the Pinto had this one case scenario where it caught on fire because, you know, it was in the perfect atmospheric conditions for the gasoline to ignite, blah, blah, blah. It's just, yeah, that's stupid. It's the same thing that with Tesla, like, oh, did you guys hear about the Tesla that caught on fire? That's no good. They did catch on fire. That's no good. We don't want that. Yeah, nobody was driving it at the time, which I'm pretty sure for any car is not a good idea. I mean, oh yeah, but it caught on fire. Okay. Unsafe at any speed. Did it cancel at 30% funded, or did you keep funding until you're 130% over budget? You could be, so like, Argo, in any other economic scenario, yeah, you know, you're going to end up over budget. But most projects end up over budget. It's very rare that it doesn't. However, with that being said, in the applications of rockets, I'd rather be a little bit over budget and have a rocket that works than, oh, no rocket, let's use somebody else to launch our stuff into space. Like, that doesn't make any sense. All right. So once again, I'm just gonna do a very, very quick and dirty version of this and kind of go from there. A lot of it, Julia. Yeah. I need to get mass forward. And you know, people are going to say like, what? You're really going to do that? It's so heavy. It's not aerodynamic. Doesn't matter. These things making drag when you're going hypersonic is not that big of a deal, right? And then obviously my center of mass being shifted forward is going to be better. And don't get me wrong, making drag at subsonic speeds is not ideal, but it's, you know, it's not, if my center of lift and center of mass is lined up and my control surfaces are working, yeah, this thing will create a lot of drag out front, but the drag out back at subsonic should be able to counteract that. It's the exact formula that I used with Collins, Julia. The Collins has panels like this too. Oh, absolutely. It has panels that absolutely look like this. I did the exact same thing. I needed to weigh down the front, and I need to weigh down the front of this thing too. Hi, Pick. What's up, man? Привет. Nothing mooch. And then what I could do is use these for the leading edge, or for, yeah, the leading edge of the wing. Could use some grip pad action, just like with Dart. And we could use that to bridge the shape. Just playing Wart Hunter. Oh. Chill Minecraft music to study and relax to. Rocket Guy, if you're here, or you know what? It's not Rocket Guy, just chat. What do you think? You think we're on the right track here? Could you use flags instead of grip pads? Yeah, I could. Flags don't handle temperature very well, dude. 2000. There's a reason why I use the grip pads. They're 2000 as well. I mean, these take up more surface area, though. I'm a little bit worried about all the dry mass of the structure. Why? It's not that much extra, dudes. Yeah, I'm not. Have to wait and see for the aerodynamics. Center of lift doesn't lie. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Honestly, right guy, I need to get it more forward. We need to go. Our dry mass has a really bad rearward center of mass bias. It's no good, man. How's the Delta V looking now? Please hold. Please hold. Can you, like, shut up or something? Yeah. Tell him to shut up. Shut up. Bang, fire. Can you, like, stop talking or something? $41.99 is what we're reading right now. That's not bad. Wait, are all my fuel tanks full? Let me just make sure. Yeah. In VAC? VAC is 44.83, 41.99 at sea level. 133 second burn time at 1.71 TWR. What if we lower it to 50? See what it gets us. 0.86, so let's put it up to 60. And keep in mind, we can throttle the engine during a set. 223 at 1.03 with 42.55. I'd say if we control the throttle on these engines, like throttling back for max Q, etc., yeah, this thing will yeet right up into space. We got plenty of extra Delta V. Oh yeah. Well, 1.03 is with the throttle. How's the payload bay going to work? Haven't figured that one out yet, builder. Honestly, most likely. If I could ever get it to attach to the right thing. There you go. Yeah, there you go. But my center of mass is too far back. We don't have very good down mass capability. The payload bay would have to be there, but see, even our dry mass is even further back, so this thing wouldn't have very good down mass capability in its current iteration, but something like this, guys. Total mass fully fueled, 112. Yeah, 112 rocket guy. It's not bad. It's really not bad. Like I said, that 9 tons dry mass that I the 9 tons dry mass that I estimated for when I did the baseline configuration for the fuel tanks, not baseline like full configuration of the vehicle, really, yeah, that was way over. That's a way high overestimate. Maybe the humpback version? I don't need to make that. Not yet, at least. The X-33 has the payload bay directly in the center, from what I've been seeing. Actually, I mean, it looks like they had a couple of different variants of this going. One of them was just had nothing there, and then it looks like eventually it was going to be reconfigured for a small payload bay just to see how it works with mass in it. I think that's what's going on. See, because this, in that render, Adventure Star does have a little payload bay right there. It looks about the size of the X-37's payload bay, and I do not think that's a coincidence either. If KSP held to real-world values, that would net us 1.5 tons to orbit. Crazy to think about that scale. I mean, yeah, rocket guy, it's what, like 99% rocket and like 1% payload? Shadow, Legends of the Raid Hero. That was the longest 12 hours of my life. What were you up to? Minecraft music? In my KSP? Alright, I'm just gonna mock this stuff up because we're running out of time, but... So we can use, I can work on like a much more advanced version of this tessellation system that I'm working on. Basically, you're using geometric triangles to basically create new polygons. So you can make whatever kind of shape you want in KSP. This is basically going to work like tiles. I used it on Collins and it worked very well. We're going to try to take this to the next level here with this thing. And don't get me wrong, once again, I'm just mocking this up. This isn't the final design, but it'll look something like this. The reason why I'm doing it is because I'm just trying to see if I can... I'm just trying to ballpark some numbers of what this thing is going to look like and how much it's going to cost. That way, we can figure out, you know, later, we can figure out appropriate funding price points here for how much it's going to run. How heavy is this heat shield? These panels aren't heavy, dude. It's not heavy at all. And heat shields, you know what, Round? Heat shields are heavy as hell in real life. Ask Rocket Guy. I mean, yeah, the shuttle's tiles, each one of the silicate tiles on the shuttle are very light by themselves. There's 30,000 of them. On the shuttle. This project seems like it's going to be expensive at first and save money and it's going to save money in the long run. I hope, TJ. I hope that's what we go for here. I'll clean this all up. It won't look like this later down the road, but and as we go back further, we probably don't need as many of these things. And we ain't in symmetry. Lovely. Ready? Whoop. What part count constraint are you working with? Oh, crap. Yes? Have I seen this? Panic. Okay. Yeah. Well, don't get me wrong. I'm probably not going to have that many triangles. It's an overestimation. Blue Origin plans to begin crewed flights of its suborbital New Shepard spacecraft on July 28th, launching the highest bidder in an online auction out of the atmosphere in space for a few minutes of weightlessness. Why would you bid on a seat? Like, I don't understand the marketing ploy behind that, but all right. The European Union SST prediction is narrow enough that we could start to talk about location now. In particular, none of the orbits within the predicted window cross the northwest United States or the mid-Atlantic seaboard. Oh, well, that's good. And that's going right over me. No, not going over me. Not by much, though. And yeah, look, just like the last one, it goes right over New York City. Lovely. Well, that's actually a little bit north of New York. That's like over White Plains. It's not that bad. I mean, still not ideal. There's a lot of people right in this area here. Right in this area here. See where it's that darker shade of green? There's a lot of people right there. Yeah, there's also a lot of people right here. Oh, look, it goes over Los Angeles. And it goes over Dallas. Dallas-Fort Worth. Look at that, right over it. You can, yeah, that's great. You know, that's just lovely. Chicago, Detroit, yeah, this is great. This is good. That's the ground track for the stage that's coming back down. I don't want anywhere near that thing, Yarg, when it comes down, dude. So once again, that's a way overestimation on panels because back here I don't need as many of these triangles. I can use wings and whatnot, like Hokachika workers watching the SN-15 flight. Cool. Cool, man. Oof. Yeah, now I know what you mean, Demo, about the angle of the friggin' wings, but that's okay. And this is where we're really gonna need a lot of triangles. Does the VAB have a different part cap? Yes, yes it does. So if I go over the VAB, I should be able to put it out. Oh no, we still have 255. It's length. I can make it as big as we want. But yeah. We're gonna need to upgrade one of these things. Okay, well, I mean, once again, this thing isn't gonna have that much panels on it. I just put this in here to kind of bridge this all up. We could use right here where the shape is pretty straight and it goes down. We don't need to necessarily, we could use grip pads. I could just duplicate the grip pad shape down and replace 100 panels with 5, 6, 7 grip pads, no problem. This is just something to just kind of bridge the shape and show you what this thing could look like. Can you post the link to the... Somebody in chat can. I already X'd out of it, man. Thanks, guys. Let's take a look. See where we're at. Big Dagger race? Yeah or nah? I thought we were doing spa tonight. Am I wrong? Am I thinking about it incorrectly? Spa is not ready. Yeah, we can do some Big Dagger racing, man. I mean, aren't they racing Barcelona? Are we doing Barcelona or are we doing Spa? Or are we doing Barcelona? Dude, that's got real potential right there. That's got real potential. Seriously, this is not bad. The only thing that I kind of have to worry about is the parts. But, maybe too much lift? What do you say that? I'm confused. Too much lift? What are you talking about? Dude, this is... that's not bad. Really, that's not bad at all. Too much drag? Guys, these panels don't give off a lot of drag. They're tiny. They're little small panels. All right. We could even get a little crazy by doing something like this. Ready? Nice haircut. Thanks, Gosa. Ooh. Oh, that's really, really good. Wow. Problem is, you know what sucks? The down mass capability is going to be terrible. I mean, but then again, with something tiny like this, let's see. Let me take a look. What happens if we did this and did that and gave it the crew capacity of Dart, for instance? Let's see what that does. Right, and then we... Still not bad. We're gonna need a very high angle of deflection on these rear control surfaces, and I see. Does that mean they have to be using robotics or something? I don't know. That's actually really good. With some good verniers up front, this thing will sail through re-entry, no problem. In terms of flying, I'm not 100% sure on that one, but we can cross that bridge when we get to it. And this, yeah, that's basically I took a Freedom 7 and a Dart and made it into an SSTO. We use some type of bendy tech for the control surfaces. Bendy tech. I don't know, maybe. I heard you're a big truck fan. I saw this on TV. It's a nice 68. What is that? A 68? It's a 68 GMC step side, or well, they call them style sides. If it's a GM, step side would be Ford. Fleet side would be no step at the back. Red beans, rice, and sausage. Thank you, Funzister. You know, because you know I love it when people just mention food on the stream when I'm not eating. Thank you, Dick. Yeah, this thing is going to be bigger than 250. The part count is the real only thing that I'm kind of concerned about. Other than that, every single step you inch into this awesome design to see more and more of the non-believers convert to the SSTO squad in chat. Yeah. By the way, finally get to see the Blue Angels perform for the first time tomorrow down in Fort Lauderdale at the air show. Lauderdale. That's cool, man. Awesome. What do you think will happen at 10:50 after this weekend? I think SpaceX is going to fly it again, to be honest with you. I think they're going to fly it again. Just learned about Delta Clipper. Why did NASA not pursue reusability after that? The program seemed rather successful. Defense spending cuts, Tron Diver. Had a lot to do with it. So there were huge defense spending increases in the 80s under SDI, especially for space. Reagan dumped a bunch of money into the defense sector for space flight under the Strategic Defense Initiative. And then after that, there was the give me 1 second. Space Launch Initiative. So there's SDI and then there's SLI. Those two programs ended up getting super underfunded in the end. Well, not super underfunded. They just the spending cuts after the Cold War. I mean, defense spending went after 1991. Nobody saw the need to have such a big army. Man. Yeah, so I think SLI, yeah, U.S. government-funded Space Launch Initiative was under the Department of Defense. See? Defense spending cuts in the 90s really kind of... And then around 2004, yeah, see right here, around 2004, NASA changed its focus to Constellation as part of the VSE. And then we... But why was the space program run by morons when I was a kid? Why is this a thing? What happened here? What happened here? What happened here? And why is it part of the defense budget? Pop, over here, billing something under national security is a real good way to get it funded. Whether you agree with that or not, don't know, don't really care. But yeah, that's how, that was the only way to do it. Commercial crew, that wasn't a thing. Excuse me, when no morons? It's true. Defense spending is a good way to get stuff funded. I mean, guys. Space Force. Hello? Case in point, right there. Now, should it be a branch of the military? I don't know. It's really more like the FAA for space, but that was the only way you could have gotten it on the books. It's the only way. And spreading the contracts around. You know, consolidating and moving Space Force stuff, finding a new base. You know, maybe the guy, representative from Arizona, is not on board with this, right? So you go and say, hey, we're going to headquarter Space Corps. What if we headquarter? What if we have Space Force headquarters in Tucson? Oh yeah, yes, please. Oh, defense spending? Yes, please. Yeah. See what I mean? That's how that works. That's the game. You know who's good at playing that game? You know who's also good at that game? Bill. Yep. Okay, it's race time, dudes. So, where are we at? Now, once again, I put a bunch of panels down, and I put a bunch of parts in here. The fuel tanks are kind of baseline, but all this stuff, all the wings, everything else, we don't even have batteries or anything. Cost per with this launch vehicle is going to be about 70 Gs. Now, Freedom 7 is way less expensive than that, but this is also fully reusable, or at least has the potential to be. So, let's... Rocket Guy, where would you put down an initial baseline, dude? How much, like how, see, I don't know if I could get this under 255 parts. That's the problem. I might have to ship it out in pieces and then use Kerbals, have Kerbals assemble the damn thing. Half the cost is engines. 36 Gs of that is the engines. First, define the scope of the test program. Well, okay, let's think about this for a second. What constitutes flight-ready equipment? Well, we need to have the tank test article, right? And we need a test stand for the tank test article. So I'm going to say that's test article is not expensive. I'm going to say about 100 Gs for that, right? And once we do the load, once we mess with the load stuff correctly, I mean, there's really not a good way to do aerodynamic testing other than launch it. So that means we need a launch pad. Let's just use Freedom 7's launch pad as a baseline and say that, I mean, how much is that pad? The crane and the pad is 150 Gs, something like that. So we're up to 250 Gs. And then, you know, we need a number of test articles, right? We gotta have a bunch of test articles, so at 70 Gs a pop, some of them might not need a shuttle engine. We could put mass simulators back there and launch it up on solids or something for doing atmospheric testing if we wanted to do that. We need to fuel up the pad, do static fire tests, make sure the fuel flow works correctly. Can we check the runway to see if we can include that? Yep. How many prototypes? King, I would want an atmospheric flight test article, right? Then I would want a high altitude test article, and then an orbital test article, right? To be honest, I would go in and see how much your total costs were for Collins NG. That will be over, I think. So we could use that or a percentage of that as maximum funding. My friend who's the Air Force explained it. Yeah, Glitch, that's a good way to say it. Yeah, that's a good way. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. So that won't limit us to part count. We could buy the upgraded runway right now. The limits there are size, which we don't have. That's not a problem. I could put bigger sized stuff out here. We need parts, so that means I need to upgrade the space plane hangar, which is most likely what we'd upgrade with this, because any integration buildings and stuff I could build, we could put those together. Yeah, we need to upgrade the SPH. It's 1.7 million. You were retooling architecture, guys. This is what you wanted. Yeah. We're gonna have to. I mean, we're gonna have to rope that. Sure. We're gonna have to rope that cost in. So you wanted me to check the orbiter? Let me see. Let me see what a Collins orbiter is. $182,000 per orbiter. Whoa. Damn. Wow. Ooh, frick. I feel like the scale model should be doable under 255 parts. Full-size version would need the upgrade, though. All those triangles seem excessive. Yeah, Delta V numbers don't care about your feelings, Jarg. Yeah, I could probably get it under 255 parts. A full-size version would need the upgrade. All those triangle panels do not seem excessive. They're for mass balance, just like they are on Collins. Okay, time to race, dudes. Well, if we're looking at that as a unit cost, Rocket Guy, it's a gross overestimation. I would say about 100,000 then for something like this. There's my baby. You could have had this. You guys could have had this. You could have had it, but you didn't. You could have had it. So, all right, so I'll compound some numbers up, and I'll come up with flight testing regimes and everything else. Yeah, come up with all that. Just think that the shuttle in Burin could bring home the AJ. Just think the shuttle in Burin could bring up the... Yeah, of course, TJ. Yeah, it would have been nice. Don't want that. Need something new and fancier. Alright. Integration of 15 minutes versus 2 hours. The vehicle's already engineered. Nice, Speedy. Good on you. Alright, guys, it's time to race. I'm just time warping, dudes, to be honest with you. We didn't do the time warps today. We were at 75. I go to 83. You voted for Kodos. Kodos? What does that mean? I said it earlier, but I think you should look at building a bigger version of Imahara's pad for this. Maybe. I don't know what the heck I'm going to do with that thing, but we'll figure it out. Nah, I think I'll just leave Explorer there for the time being. Man, I freaking like Dart, man. Dart's cool. Are these guys really stuck up there until the new thing is ready? They got plenty of supplies. It's alright. No, Builder. It's the lifeboat now. Yeah, you use that if you absolutely need to get back down. It is. It is cool. Alright, that got me, I wonder if with this sort of vehicle, a new pad that has a lever that you can push up like on the crane might work better given its high dry mass. I can make it, yeah, no, I ain't worried. What is new pathways? Figuring out new vehicles. Because chat got rid of my shuttle. I don't know, RJ. Mission mode is supposed to teach a lesson, like I said. Oh, we also got to rope a replacement in for Jeb into the cost. That would probably be a good idea. But, yeah. Let's go in here. I have 173 science. Should probably unlock those vernier engines. We're probably going to need those. What other stuff do we need? What other stuff would be useful? Well, eventually we're going to need the big payload bay, obviously. We're gonna need that. Dart died because Jeb died. No, because you're vicious. You guys are terrible. You just stop saying that. You just bad people. So verniers are really the only thing that we absolutely need right now. Upgraded probe cores could be nice. Big ore tanks. Yeah, I'm going to unlock this and boop. Okay, now we have verniers unlocked. Very nice. Yeah. We're going to need to rope that funding into the big project, so imagine being told you need to stay up on a space station until they develop a new craft. Would you rather risk dying? I mean, that's basically, the funny thing is, that's basically what happened to Sergei Krikalev. That happened in Sergei Krikalev. The Soviet Union collapsed. His country of origin no longer existed. He eventually came back after an extended duration stay on Mir, and came back, and he had to go through customs just like everybody else that comes back from space. He showed his passport, and people said, we don't know what to do with this. Your passport is from a country that doesn't exist. True story. He had to emigrate to Russia. Yep. Yep. Grandfathering? What do you mean grandfathering? The country he came from didn't exist anymore. No, that's not how that went down. Dude has the worst luck. Yeah, he only runs Russia's cosmonaut office right now. He's chief of the cosmonaut office, or in charge of cosmonautics. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's alright. He's doing okay. I've met him. Good guy. Alright, guys, it's time to race. We do, Riv, I do have funds. Sure. I have funds and I have 6 launch vehicles. We have 2 Freedom 7s and 4 Freedom 10s left. The operating costs from the previous lunar program are probably going to go into those launching those things. That's what the rolled over cost is already for the most part thus far. Yeah. Anyway, So, fellas, what are we up to? We're gonna switch over to Assetto Corsa. Now we're gonna do some racing. What kind of racing are we doing tonight, guys? Actually, probably should just go ask them in Discord. So anyway, tomorrow we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna try to hone in this X33 design a little bit more, and yeah, hopefully, I mean, we could do the baseline cost right now. Shuttle engines would be the bottleneck, but docks on the next gen NASCARs, they're cool. I think it's cool, Spoon. It's a cool car. What about all the USSR citizens that were abroad at the same time? Wouldn't they have had the same issue? Yes, and they did. Yeah, absolutely. That's what happens when freaking something like that just completely collapses. Yeah, no, it was, dude. What happened over there? What happened over there from like December 25th, 1991 to like 1999 was just pure freaking chaos, dude. Yeah, you should read about it. It's really, yeah, it's just everything went bananas. Like, seriously, yeah, no, 1993 was really something. 1993 was a coup, because they tried to abolish the Russian. So after the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia had its Sovietness, all right? They kept the Soviet structure. And then in 1993, Yeltsin tried to change it. He changed it to what it is now, which is a Duma, which is a representative, not a representative republic per se, but kind of like that, right? And the army retaliated, and a tank division straight up stormed the Russian White House. Now, the Russian White House is not like our White House over here. The Russian White House is more like the Capitol building. They fired tank shells and stormed the building. Yeah, the army. Oh, yeah, dude. It was chaos. Chaos over there for a long time. Yeah, that's right, Helfus. He did change it, and they tried to change it back. Yeah, exactly. Oh, dude, it was, dude, crazy. Yeah, like a tank division assaulted their state legislature. Crazy. Yeah, dude. I mean, if you read about the August coup, what was it? August of '91, if I'm remembering right. So Gorbachev over there he had reform programs in the late '80s called Perestroika and Glasnost. Basically, it started to introduce a free market economy into the Soviet Union. That's where they were going. Yeah, they were gonna just say, screw that, we don't need this, and they're gonna transition over to free market economy, right? Or at least try to. And then they also like went lax on press, on propaganda and stuff. You know, they reinstituted freedom of the press for the first time since 1917. And the problem is that the Soviet hardliners really got pissed off, and they tried to arrest Yeltsin, and the military tried to seize control over the Soviet. And it didn't work. The coup didn't work. Yeah, and then they kept introducing lax legislation, and they kept opening up. They opened up the Soviet Union, they opened up everything, and then the change was too rapid. It was too rapid that it collapsed their already collapsing economy, and that was the end of that. Oops. The Russian Congress wanted to change back to the Soviet Republic, and the military shelled their legislature. Black up to yeah. Yeah, yeah. What happened over there was nuts, man. It was nuts. Like, it's just friggin' chaos. We raced Assetto Corsa hyphy. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm happy the Soviet Union's gone. I'm happy for those guys over there, but it was not without its turbulence. I mean, dude, you could really say that Russia really never recovered. Like, they didn't really recover up until, like, I mean, even then, like, there's no way. Russia's GDP is nowhere near the Soviet Union's. Not even close. That would be like comparing, like, California's GDP to the rest of the United States. California's GDP is good, but it's not the rest of the United States good. Hell no. Not even close. Yeah, and then, Yarg, what happened is that the Red Army collapsed, right? And all the generals stopped getting supplies for their damn troops. They stopped getting supplies. They stopped, no orders, no supplies, and they had to feed all these freaking people. And they ended up selling. They ended up selling off state freaking property, dude. They ended up selling all the guns, selling all the tanks. That's what Lord of War is all about. It's a great movie. They had to take care. They wanted, you know, loyalty. They take care of their bros, right? They had to sell that stuff off, and then they pawned it off, and then, dude, like, there are some people that in the Soviet Union that were running like an oil refinery when the Soviet Union collapsed, and then they were just like, oh, yeah, I own this now. Yeah, I was running it, so I own it now. Can you imagine, like, if NASA just went down the tubes and Boeing was, and somebody was like in charge of maintaining the space shuttle, and they're just like, now I own the space shuttle now. I mean, the funny part is that's pretty much what happened with one of their space shuttles, but use gun. That's a good one. All right, let's race. I'd love to have a real Russian AK-47. I'd take the AKM. 47's a piece of dog crap. AKM's much better. Yeah, dude. It's a really interesting thing. Really interesting time in history. I like reading about it, to be honest with you. Why would you want a piece of wood? I like AKMs. That's my favorite. That's why everyone in the world has Russian tanks. Dragonato, yeah, that's why Russian arms are very inexpensive, because the Red Army, which was